This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I've never shared this story publicly before. What happened that night in Cedar Grove Asylum has haunted me for 3 years now. I still get nightmares, still wake up in cold sweats thinking I hear those whispers. My therapist says writing about it might help, so here goes nothing. It was Halloween night, 2020. Me, Emily, Sarah, and David had this small paranormal podcast called Haunted Truth. Nothing special, just 4 college friends exploring supposedly haunted places around New England and recording our experiences. We had maybe 100 subscribers at that point, mostly friends and family who felt obligated to listen, but we were passionate and determined to grow our audience. Cedar Grove Asylum was supposed to be our breakthrough episode. Located deep in the woods of northern New Hampshire, it had been abandoned since the 1960s after some really disturbing incidents. From what we'd researched, there was a mass patient breakout, several unexplained deaths, and rumors of experimental treatments gone wrong. The place had been left to rot for decades, with local legends claiming it was still haunted by former patients. The drive up was actually fun. We packed snacks, blasted music, and joked about what we might find. I remember Emily being especially excited, going on about how this could be our big break. Sarah was more hesitant, saying the place gave her bad vibes just from the photos we'd seen online. David was our tech guy, checking his camera equipment every 20 minutes to make sure everything was working. We arrived around 8 in the evening. The asylum stood at the end of an overgrown dirt road, partially hidden by towering pine trees. Even from the outside, the place was menacing, a massive Victorian-style building with broken windows, crumbling brick, and this weird greenish stain running down one side of the facade. The front entrance had these massive wooden doors with peeling paint and rusted metal fixtures. "This is definitely the creepiest place we've been to," Sarah said, and I agreed. I felt a knot forming in my stomach as we approached the building, like my body was physically trying to warn me not to go inside. Getting in was easier than expected. One of the side doors was already partially open, the lock broken years ago by other urban explorers. The smell hit us immediately, mold, decay, and something else I couldn't quite identify at the time. Now I realize it was the smell of stagnant air that hadn't circulated properly in decades. We switched on our flashlights and entered what looked like an old reception area. Papers were scattered across the floor, desks were overturned, and there was graffiti on almost every wall. Most of it was typical teenage stuff, but some of it was disturbing. Drawings of eyes, weird symbols, and phrases like, "they never left," and "the building speaks." David set up our base equipment, extra batteries, our main recording device, and some snacks and water. We decided to split into pairs to cover more ground. Emily and I would take the East Wing, which included the isolation ward, while Sarah and David would explore the West Wing, where the records room and patient dormitories were located. Emily and I headed down a long, dark corridor. Our flashlights cast eerie shadows on the walls, which were covered in peeling paint and water damage. The isolation ward was at the end of the hall, behind a heavy metal door that screeched when I pushed it open. The isolation ward was a narrow hallway lined with small cells. Each had a solid metal door with a small window at eye level. Some doors were open, revealing tiny rooms with nothing but a metal bed frame bolted to the floor. "Can you imagine being locked in one of these?" Emily whispered, shining her light into one of the cells. That's when I first heard it. A faint whispering sound, like someone exhaling right next to my ear. I spun around, but Emily was several feet away. "Did you hear that?" I asked. She shook her head, but then froze. "Wait, I hear something now." The whispering grew slightly louder, though I still couldn't make out any words. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Emily pointed her flashlight at the walls. And that's when we noticed the scratches. Hundreds, maybe thousands of scratch marks covered the walls of the hallway. Some formed words or symbols, others just frantic lines like someone desperately trying to claw their way out. I ran my fingers over some of the deeper marks. "These weren't made with fingernails," I said. "They're too deep in the concrete." "Maybe they used something metal," Emily suggested, but her voice trembled. We continued down the hallway, checking each cell. Most were empty except for broken furniture or debris. The whispering continued, sometimes fading, sometimes growing louder, but never stopping completely. I was recording everything on my handheld device, trying to capture the sounds. We reached the end of the hallway where a single cell stood with its door ajar. Unlike the others, this one seemed untouched by vandals or time. The walls were clean, the bed frame intact with what looked like fresh restraints attached to it. "This doesn't make sense," I said. "Why would this one room be—" I never finished that sentence because the heavy metal door at the entrance to the isolation ward suddenly slammed shut with a deafening bang. Emily screamed and we both ran back to try to open it. The door wouldn't budge. No matter how hard we pushed or pulled, it remained firmly shut, as if something on the other side was holding it closed. "David! Sarah!" we shouted, pounding on the door. Our voices echoed through the empty hallway, but there was no response. That's when the temperature dropped dramatically. I could see my breath forming clouds in front of my face. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, and seemed to be coming from the cell at the end of the hall, the clean one. Emily grabbed my arm so tight it hurt. "Mark, look," she whispered, pointing her flashlight toward the cell. Inside, sitting on the edge of the bed, was a figure. It was impossibly thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. Its skin was a sickly grayish color that looked almost translucent in the beam of our flashlights. But what terrified me most was its face. Gaunt, with sunken cheeks and eyes that were completely black, like empty holes. The figure just sat there, staring at us, not moving. Then slowly, it stood up. Its movements were jerky and unnatural, like watching a spider crawl. It took one step toward the doorway of the cell, then another. "We need to get out now," I said, my voice barely audible. We turned back to the main door and started pounding on it again, screaming for help. The whispering had become a constant drone, and I realized it was coming from the walls themselves, as if the building was alive and speaking to us. Then I heard Emily gasp. I turned around to see the figure standing directly behind us, its face inches from ours. Up close, I could see that its mouth was moving, forming words without sound. Then it lunged forward. I closed my eyes and braced for impact, but nothing happened. When I opened them again, the figure was gone, vanished, like it had dissolved into the shadows. At that exact moment, the door behind us clicked and swung open. We didn't hesitate. We ran through it and down the corridor, not stopping until we reached the main entrance hall. David and Sarah were already there, both looking as terrified as we felt. Sarah was crying, and David's hands were shaking so badly he could barely hold his camera. "We need to leave right now," Sarah kept saying. "Right now, right now." Between gasps, they told us what had happened. They'd found the records room where patient files were still scattered across tables and floors. In one corner was an old wooden rocking chair that started moving on its own while they were examining some documents. Then they heard a child's laugh coming from somewhere down the hall. They followed the sound to what looked like a playroom, with broken toys still strewn across the floor. In the center stood what appeared to be a small child, but when it turned around, they saw it had coal black eyes and no visible mouth. Instead, when it tried to speak, whispers emerged from where its mouth should have been. Not a single voice, but many, overlapping and discordant. David had tried to film it, but the child figure darted toward them with inhuman speed. They ran, eventually finding their way back to the entrance hall where we found them. As we all stood there, trying to catch our breath and make sense of what was happening, the whispers returned, louder than before, coming from everywhere at once. The walls seemed to pulse, the floor vibrated slightly beneath our feet, and the temperature kept dropping. "The building is alive," Sarah whispered. "It's fucking alive." We ran. All four of us bolted for the exit, pushed through the front doors, and sprinted to our car. I remember looking back once and seeing dozens of faces pressed against the windows of the asylum, all with the same black eyes, all whispering. David drove like a maniac, the tires screeching as we tore down the dirt road and back onto the highway. Nobody spoke for at least an hour. We were all too shocked, too terrified to put into words what we'd experienced. When we finally got back to campus, we went straight to David's dorm to check the footage. Most of it was unusable, static, distortion, or complete darkness. But there was one clear frame, a single image of the gaunt figure from the isolation ward, its face up close to the camera, grinning with those empty black eyes. The timestamp showed it was captured when David swears the camera was pointed at the floor as they ran. Our podcast blew up after we released that episode. The single clear image went viral, and suddenly, Haunted Truth had thousands of subscribers. People wanted to know more about Cedar Grove Asylum, wanted us to go back with better equipment. We never did. We couldn't. Sarah dropped out of college a month later and moved back home to Vermont. Emily developed severe insomnia and had to start seeing a therapist. David refused to ever pick up a camera again. And me? I still hear the whispers sometimes, especially when I'm alone at night. I've researched Cedar Grove obsessively since then, trying to understand what happened. I found old newspaper articles about the patient breakout in 1964, about the experimental treatments used there, about the head doctor who allegedly performed procedures to hear the voices in his patients' heads. But nothing explains what we experienced. The asylum is still standing, people still visit it, inspired by our story. Some report strange experiences, others nothing at all. But I know what's waiting there. I know the building is somehow alive, somehow conscious. The most terrifying part? Sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can feel the asylum calling to me, trying to pull me back. In those moments, I'm certain that once you've been inside Cedar Grove, you never truly leave. I still have that image from David's camera. I keep it locked in a drawer because I can't bring myself to delete it, but I also can't look at it. Sometimes I think the eyes in the photo move when no one's watching. If you're thinking of visiting Cedar Grove Asylum, don't. Just don't. Whatever is in that building, whatever it wants, it's patient. It's been waiting for decades, and it will wait for you too. Story 2. I was 22 then, living in my parents' basement apartment while finishing college. It wasn't glamorous, but it was cheap, and I had my own space. A bedroom, small living area, bathroom and kitchenette, my own little world beneath the house. That night was completely ordinary. It was mid-October, getting colder outside, and I was lying in bed with the TV on, some forgettable late-night show providing background noise while I scrolled through my phone. Must have been around 11:30 when my eyelids started getting heavy. I remember putting my phone down on the nightstand, turning the volume down a bit on the TV, and letting myself drift off. Nothing unusual at all. I don't know how long I slept before it happened. The TV was still on, casting this bluish glow across my room. I woke up suddenly, not like jerking awake from a nightmare, more like my consciousness just switched on. Immediately, I knew something was wrong. I couldn't move, not even a finger. Not even to blink. My eyes were open, fixed straight ahead, and my body felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. At first I thought it was just sleep paralysis. I'd had it once before in high school, and while it was terrifying, I knew it wasn't dangerous, just my brain waking up before my body. That's what I kept telling myself, just wait it out, it'll pass. That's when I noticed him. Standing at the foot of my bed was a tall figure. Taller than normal, maybe 6.5 feet. In the blue TV light, I could make out that he was wearing a red flannel long-sleeve shirt. Not like a bright Christmas red, but that darker, almost burgundy red flannel, the kind lumberjacks wear in movies. I couldn't see his face clearly. It was like there was a shadow where features should be, even with the TV light illuminating everything else. My first thought was that someone had broken into the house, into my room. My heart felt like it was going to explode out of my chest. I tried to scream, to move, to do anything, but I was completely locked in place. Just my eyes could move, following this figure as it slowly, God, so slowly, moved from the foot of my bed around to the side where I was lying. As it got closer, I realized I couldn't hear footsteps. There was no sound at all except the muted TV and my own pulse thundering in my ears. The figure seemed to glide rather than walk, and it was getting closer to my face. I was screaming in my head, begging my body to move, to run, to fight, anything. The figure stopped right next to me, looming over the bed. I still couldn't make out a face, just this dark void where it should have been, but I could see the pattern on the flannel shirt now. It was close enough that I should have been able to feel its breath, should have heard breathing, but there was nothing. It leaned down toward me. That's when my paralysis broke. I remember this surge of adrenaline, and suddenly I could move again. I jerked upright with a gasp that hurt my throat, my hands instinctively coming up to defend myself. And it was gone, just gone. Not like it ran away or faded out like in movies. 1 second it was there, the next second it wasn't. No sound, no movement, nothing. Just empty space where this tall figure in red flannel had been standing over me seconds before. I jumped out of bed, flipped on every light in my apartment, and checked every corner, behind the shower curtain, in closets. Nothing. The basement door leading upstairs was still locked from the inside. The windows were all shut and locked too. No way anyone could have gotten in or out without me hearing. I didn't sleep at all that night. Just sat on my couch with all the lights on, baseball bat in hand, watching the sun come up through my small basement windows. I convinced myself it had been a particularly vivid episode of sleep paralysis. The brain does weird things, creates hallucinations during sleep paralysis. I'd read about that. That's all it was. Had to be. But I couldn't shake it. For months afterward, I lived with this constant edge of fear. I'd check behind doors before entering rooms. I'd flip on lights before stepping into any dark space. I started sleeping with a nightlight for the first time since I was a kid. I never told anyone because it sounded so stupid, a grown man afraid of the dark because of a nightmare. Then, about 3 months later, something happened that made me question everything I'd been telling myself. My younger brother Mark had a friend, Alyssa, who was going through a rough patch with her roommate. She needed a place to crash for a few days while she figured out her living situation. My parents said she could stay in our guest room upstairs, which she did for about a week. One night, Mark and I were playing video games in the living room after our parents had gone to bed. It was late, maybe 1 in the morning. Alyssa had gone to bed hours earlier. We were keeping the volume low, just hanging out, when we heard quick footsteps coming down the stairs. Alyssa appeared looking pale and shaken. Her hair was a mess and her eyes were wide, almost wild-looking. Mark paused the game and asked her what was wrong. "I just saw someone," she said, her voice trembling. "In the hallway outside the bathroom." Mark laughed it off. "Probably just my dad getting water or something." She shook her head frantically. No, it wasn't your dad, it was..." She stopped and hugged herself like she was suddenly cold. "This is going to sound crazy." "What did you see?" I asked, already feeling a chill creeping up my spine. "There was a man," she said, her voice dropping to almost a whisper, "standing by the bathroom door when I came out. Tall, really tall, wearing a red flannel shirt. I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back." Mark was still trying to explain it away. Maybe she'd seen our dad's robe hanging on the door. Maybe it was just shadows from the nightlight in the hallway. But I knew exactly what she'd seen. "Could you see his face?" I asked. She looked at me strangely, like she was surprised by the question. "No, that was the weirdest part. It was like there wasn't one, or it was too dark to see. But I know I saw someone. I know it." Mark eventually calmed her down, convinced her it was just her imagination, the unfamiliar house playing tricks on her in the dark. But later, when Alyssa went back upstairs, I told Mark about what had happened to me months earlier. He didn't believe me at first, thought I was just trying to scare him, but he could tell from my face that I was serious. "You really think there's something in the house?" he asked. "I don't know what to think anymore," I told him. But we both saw the same thing, same red flannel shirt, same missing face. How do you explain that? Mark didn't have an answer. Neither did I. Alyssa left a few days later, and as far as I know, she never experienced anything else while staying with us. I never told my parents, didn't want to freak them out, but I started researching the history of our house, looking for any clues about who this flannel man might be. The house was built in the 70s, no records of deaths on the property that I could find, no news stories about murders or disappearances in the area involving someone matching that description, nothing that could explain what Alyssa and I had seen. I lived in that basement for another year before moving out to my own place after graduation. During that time, I never saw the flannel man again, but I felt him. There were cold spots that would appear randomly in my room, electronics that would turn on by themselves, the feeling of being watched when I was alone, little things that could be explained away but added up to something I couldn't ignore. It's been over 15 years now since that night. I've moved multiple times, lived in different cities, different states. I've never seen the flannel man again, but I still think about him, still wonder who or what he was. Why he appeared to me that night, why he showed himself to Alyssa, what he wanted. Sometimes I'll be out somewhere and catch a glimpse of red flannel in a crowd, and my heart will stop for a second before I realize it's just someone's shirt. I still sleep with a small light on, still check dark corners before entering a room. Old habits die hard, I guess. The worst part isn't the memory itself, though that's bad enough. It's the not knowing. Not having answers. Was it really a ghost, some kind of entity, a shared hallucination? I've tried to rationalize it 1,000 different ways, but I always come back to the same conclusion. Alyssa and I saw the same thing, independently, months apart. Whatever the flannel man was, he was real enough to both of us. I'm not asking anyone to believe me. I know how it sounds. But sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I still wonder if he's out there somewhere, if he's found someone else's bedside to stand beside, if he's still wearing that red flannel shirt, watching with a face I couldn't see, and I wonder if someday he'll find me again. Story 3. I've never been able to forget what happened that night driving home from work. Even now, months later, it still gives me chills when I think about it. I've told a few people, but most just assume I was overtired or hallucinating. Maybe I was, but deep down, I know what I saw was real. I used to work at this diner about 30 miles outside of Pinewood, this tiny town where I grew up. The pay wasn't great, but tips were decent, and there weren't many options around unless I wanted to commute to the city. My shift that night had run late. We had a large group come in right before closing, and my manager wouldn't let me leave until they were done. By the time I clocked out, it was almost 1 in the morning. I was exhausted, that bone-deep tired where your eyes burn and your head feels heavy. I'd been pulling doubles that week to cover for another waitress who was out sick, and the lack of sleep was really catching up to me. The drive home was always the worst part. 30 miles of winding back roads through thick forest with hardly any streetlights, just me, my headlights, and the endless trees. That night was particularly dark. The moon was hidden behind clouds, and there was this weird fog hovering just above the ground. I remember rolling down my window, hoping the cool air would keep me alert. The radio was playing softly, but the signal kept cutting in and out, which was normal for that stretch of road. About 15 minutes into my drive, I started getting this weird feeling. You know that sensation when you're absolutely certain someone is watching you? It was like that, but stronger. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I kept checking my rearview mirror, convinced someone was in the back seat of my car. There wasn't, of course, but the feeling wouldn't go away. I tried to shake it off. I told myself I was just tired and letting my imagination run wild. The forest at night can play tricks on you. I turned up the radio and focused on the road ahead. gripping the steering wheel tighter. That's when I noticed something moving in my peripheral vision. At first, I thought it was a deer. They're always darting across the road in that area, especially at night. I eased off the gas, slowing down like I always do when I spot wildlife. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't a deer at all. It was a figure, standing completely still at the edge of the road. My first thought was that it was someone who'd broken down, maybe trying to flag down help. But who would be out here, in the middle of nowhere, at 1 in the morning? And why weren't they moving or waving? As I got closer, my headlights illuminated the figure more clearly, and that's when the first wave of real fear hit me. Something was wrong, very wrong. The proportions weren't right. It was roughly the height of a tall person, but too thin, like something stretched out. And as I got even closer, I realized with absolute horror that it had no features, no face, no clothes. It was like a silhouette cut out of the darkest material imaginable, darker than the night around it. It had no skin, no eyes that I could see, no mouth, just this shape. This perfectly still, human-like shape standing at the edge of the forest. I'm not ashamed to admit I panicked. My heart felt like it was going to explode out of my chest. I stomped on the gas, accelerating way past the speed limit, my hands shaking so badly I could barely keep control of the wheel. I remember glancing in my rearview mirror, expecting to see it moving, following me, something, but there was nothing there. The road behind me was empty. I tried to rationalize it. I told myself I was seeing things from exhaustion. Maybe it was just a weird shadow, or my tired brain misinterpreting a tree or a road sign. I'd been working too much, sleeping too little. That had to be it. The rest of the drive, I kept the window down despite the cold, slapping my cheeks lightly every few minutes to stay alert. I turned the radio up loud and sang along to keep myself awake. I just wanted to get home, crawl into bed, and forget the whole thing. As I approached Pinewood, I started to relax a little. The familiar surroundings of my hometown were comforting, even in the dark. I lived with my parents then, in this old 2-story house on the edge of town. To get there, you have to drive up this small hill, and as you crest it, the headlights sweep across this row of pine trees that border our neighbor's property. I remember feeling relieved as I made that final turn onto our street. Home was just a minute away. I'd almost convinced myself that what I'd seen earlier was nothing but my imagination. Then my headlights hit those trees, and there it was again, the same figure. But this time, it wasn't standing upright. It was crouched behind one of the larger pines, with just its head peeking out. And though it had no face, no eyes that I could discern, I knew with absolute certainty that it was watching me. I froze. My foot hovered over the brake pedal, but I couldn't bring myself to stop the car. I blinked hard, thinking surely this time it was just my tired mind playing tricks. When I opened my eyes again, it was gone. But I had seen it. I know I had. I practically flew into our driveway, hitting the brakes so hard the car skidded slightly on the gravel. I didn't even bother to grab my purse or phone from the passenger seat. I just ran. I fumbled with my house key, dropping it twice before managing to unlock the door. I burst inside, slamming the door behind me and locking it immediately. My parents were still up, watching some late-night talk show in the living room. My mom took one look at me and jumped to her feet. "Jess, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost." I couldn't even speak at first. I was hyperventilating, tears streaming down my face. My dad got me a glass of water while my mom led me to the couch. It took me several minutes to calm down enough to tell them what happened. I told them everything. The figure on the road, the sensation of being watched, seeing it again hiding behind the neighbor's tree. As I spoke, I could see the concern in their faces shift to something else. Not disbelief exactly, but that look parents give when they think their child is overreacting or imagining things. My mom suggested that I was overtired, that my mind was playing tricks on me. My dad was more practical, offering to go outside and check around the house. I begged him not to. The thought of him going out there, possibly encountering that thing, terrified me more than anything. We compromised. Dad checked all the doors and windows to make sure they were locked, and then we all went upstairs together. I was 23 years old, but that night I slept in my parents' room, on the small daybed my mom kept in there. I didn't sleep much though. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that featureless silhouette, watching me from behind the tree. The next morning, in the bright light of day, I tried to convince myself it had all been my exhausted mind playing tricks, but I couldn't shake the feeling of wrongness that had settled deep in my bones. My dad went outside to check around the property and the neighbor's tree line. He found nothing unusual, of course, no footprints, no evidence that anyone had been there, but I knew what I saw. I called in sick to work that day, and the next. By the third day, I forced myself to go back, but I swapped shifts with a co-worker so I wouldn't have to drive home at night. For weeks, I refused to drive that road after dark. When I had closing shifts, I'd stay with a co-worker who lived in the same town as the diner rather than make the drive home. The worst part wasn't even the fear of seeing that thing again. It was the way it made me doubt my own sanity. Had I hallucinated the whole thing? Was I having some kind of breakdown from stress and lack of sleep? But it had felt so real, so present. The absolute certainty I'd felt that it was watching me. That wasn't something my mind could have invented, was it? I made some major life changes after that night. I improved my sleep habits, cut back on caffeine, even started meditating. I saved up for 3 months and moved into a small apartment just 5 minutes from the diner. I told everyone it was to save on gas and commuting time. But the truth was, I couldn't bear to drive that road anymore, especially at night. It's been about 8 months now since that night. I haven't seen the figure again, but sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I get that same feeling of being watched. It's strongest when I'm near windows or open spaces, like something is just outside, waiting, watching. I've looked up similar experiences online, tried to find some explanation for what I saw. Some people suggest sleep deprivation can cause hallucinations that feel incredibly real. Others talk about shadow people or interdimensional beings that can sometimes be glimpsed under certain conditions. I don't know what to believe. All I know is what I saw that night was real. It followed me home. And sometimes I still feel like it's out there waiting for me to drive down that dark road again. I never have, and I never will. Story 4. I still don't know how to explain what happened to me 3 weeks ago. I've barely slept since then, and I'm writing this at 4 in the morning because I keep having the same nightmare. I figured maybe putting it into words might help, or at least someone might have experienced something similar. I don't know. I just need to tell someone. I drive for work a lot. I'm in sales, so I'm constantly traveling to meet clients across the Southwest. This particular trip had me in Albuquerque for 3 days. Standard business meetings, nothing unusual. I was supposed to head straight back to Denver afterward, about a 6-hour drive that I've done plenty of times before. That morning I checked out of my hotel around 10, grabbed some coffee and hit the road. Everything was completely normal. The sky was clear, traffic was light, and I was looking forward to getting home. I had my playlist going and was making good time. About 2 hours into the drive, I started getting bored with I-25. I've driven that highway so many times that I know every exit, every rest stop, every billboard. I remembered hearing some colleagues talk about this scenic route that cuts through the mountains north of Albuquerque. It was supposed to be beautiful and only added an hour or so to the trip. I figured why not? The weather was perfect and I wasn't in any rush, so I took the exit and found myself on this 2-lane highway winding through some pretty stunning landscapes, rolling hills, pine forests, the works. For the first hour or so, it was great. I even stopped at a lookout point to take some pictures to send to my girlfriend later. Things started to change as the afternoon wore on. The road got narrower, the towns fewer and farther between. I noticed my GPS signal starting to get spotty, but I wasn't worried. The road was still paved, and there were occasional signs pointing toward Denver, so I knew I was heading in the right direction. Around 6 in the evening, I realized I was getting low on gas. The needle was hovering just above empty, and I hadn't seen a gas station in at least 50 miles. That's when I started to get a little anxious. The sun was starting to set, and I didn't want to be stranded on this remote road in the dark. Just when I was seriously considering turning around, I spotted a gas station up ahead. Thank God, I thought. It was this decrepit place. Looked like it was built in the 70s and hadn't been updated since. One of those old school stations with just 2 pumps and a small convenience store. The sign was faded, but it was definitely open. I could see lights inside. I pulled up to the pump and got out. It was getting chilly, and there was this weird silence. No birds, no insects, nothing, just dead quiet. I tried to use my card at the pump, but it wouldn't read, so I headed inside to pay cash. The bell above the door jingled when I walked in, and there was this smell, musty like old newspapers and dust. The fluorescent lights were flickering, casting this sickly yellow glow over everything. Behind the counter was this man. I don't know how to describe him except that something felt off. He was tall and thin, wearing a faded blue uniform shirt. His face was gaunt, with deep-set eyes that seemed to look through me rather than at me. "Evening," he said, his voice raspy like he hadn't used it in a long time. "Need some gas?" I nodded and handed him $40. "Fill up pump 1, please. Also, I'm trying to get to Denver. Am I still on the right road?" He took my money, and when his fingers brushed against mine, they were ice-cold and clammy. It made my skin crawl. He just stared at me for a moment too long before answering. "Denver? Yeah, you're headed the right way," he said. "But there's construction on this road about 20 miles ahead. Been causing delays for weeks now." He paused, then added, "There's a shortcut, though. Locals use it all the time. I should have known better. I really should have, but it was getting dark, and I wanted to make it home before midnight." "A shortcut would be great," I said. He pulled out an old paper map from under the counter and traced a route with his finger. "Take the next right after the stone bridge. Road's called Blackwood Trail. Follows the old logging route through the hills. Cuts off about an hour. You'll rejoin the highway just past the construction." I thanked him, filled up my tank, and got back on the road. The sun had set completely by now, and there was barely any moonlight. My headlights seemed dimmer than usual as they cut through the darkness. About 15 minutes later, I crossed a small stone bridge and saw the turnoff he'd mentioned. There was no street sign, just a narrow road disappearing into dense trees. I hesitated, but then remembered the construction ahead and made the turn. That's when things started to get really strange. The road immediately became rougher, unpaved in spots with tight curves that forced me to slow down to about 20 miles per hour. The trees pressed in from both sides, creating a tunnel effect. My GPS completely lost signal, showing just a blank screen. After about 10 minutes on this road, the temperature seemed to drop suddenly. I could see my breath fogging up inside the car, even though I had the heater on. Then the fog started rolling in. Not normal fog. This was dense, almost glowing in my headlights, moving in unnatural ways. At first, it was just wisps across the road, but within minutes, it had thickened until I could barely see 10 feet ahead. I slowed to a crawl, gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. That's when I started hearing the whispers. I know how this sounds. I thought I was just tired, imagining things. But they were coming through my car speakers, even though the radio was off. Soft, indistinct murmurs that I couldn't quite make out, but somehow understood were talking about me. I hit the power button on the stereo repeatedly, but it did nothing. Then I saw the shadows moving in the fog. Not people or animals, just darker patches that seemed to flow against the natural movement of the mist. They would approach the car, then retreat when my headlights hit them directly. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I wanted to turn around, but the road was too narrow. I just kept driving, telling myself it would end soon, that I'd break through to the other side of whatever this was. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes, the fog suddenly lifted. Just like that. One moment it was a white wall in front of me. The next, it was gone. I was on a different road now, wider and better maintained, but definitely not a highway, and I had no memory of turning onto it. Relief washed over me until I realized I had no idea where I was. There were no signs, no landmarks I recognized, just this empty road stretching ahead of me, bathed in moonlight. About a mile down this road, I saw a house. It was the only structure visible in any direction. A two-story farmhouse set back from the road, with a single light burning in an upstairs window. I pulled over, thinking I could ask for directions. My phone still had no signal, and I was starting to panic about being completely lost. I parked in the gravel driveway and approached the front door. The house looked old but well maintained, with a wide porch wrapped around the front. I knocked, but there was no answer. The door was unlocked, which should have been my second warning, but I was desperate. I called out as I pushed it open, but the house was silent. Inside, it was like stepping back in time. Old furniture, oil lamps, no modern appliances that I could see. But it wasn't abandoned. There was no dust, and the lamp in the hallway was lit. I called out again, but my voice just echoed through the empty rooms. I made my way upstairs, following the light I'd seen from outside. It led me to a bedroom at the end of the hall. The room was empty except for an antique dresser with a large mirror above it. The mirror was what caught my attention. It didn't look right. The glass was grimy, darker around the edges, and it seemed to warp slightly when I looked at it directly. I approached it, drawn by some impulse I can't explain. In the reflection, I could see myself, but the room behind me looked different, more decayed, with peeling wallpaper and water stains on the ceiling. And then I saw him. The gas station attendant was standing behind me in the reflection, his hollow eyes fixed on mine. I spun around, but the room was empty. When I turned back to the mirror, he was still there, now wearing a grotesque smile that stretched too wide across his face. "You were never meant to leave," he said, his voice seeming to come from inside my own head. "The road is ours now. You belong to the fog." The mirror cracked from corner to corner with a sound like a gunshot. I ran, down the stairs, through the front door, into my car. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. I sped away from that house as fast as I could, taking random turns, just trying to put distance between myself and whatever the hell I'd just experienced. I don't know how long I drove, but eventually, miraculously, I found myself approaching an interstate highway. The sign said I-25, 30 miles south of Raton, New Mexico. I've never been so happy to see a highway in my life. I got back to Denver around 4 in the morning, exhausted and terrified, but alive. I've tried researching that road, that house, anything that might explain what happened. Nothing. It's like that whole area doesn't exist on any map. The worst part, sometimes when I'm driving at night, I catch glimpses of fog at the edges of the road, and in my rearview mirror, just for a split second, I'll see that face watching me, waiting. I don't know what happened to me out there. All I know is that I'm never taking a shortcut again, and I check every mirror in my house before I go to bed. Not that it helps me sleep any better. Story 5. I still don't know how to explain what happened that morning. It's been over 15 years, but I remember it like it was yesterday. Some memories fade with time, but not this one. This one stays sharp, like my brain won't let me forget it. I grew up in Oak Ridge Gardens. Sounds nice, right? It wasn't. The gardens part was just a cruel joke. Our neighborhood was the kind of place where you learned to tell the difference between fireworks and gunshots by the time you were 6. I was 8 when it happened. Our house was this small 2-bedroom place with peeling paint and windows that never quite closed right. The rent was cheap, which was all my mom could afford after Dad left. It wasn't much, but it was home. Even with all the weird stuff that happened there, the paranormal stuff started small. Things would go missing and show up in places they shouldn't be. We'd hear footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs. Lights would turn on and off. My mom blamed faulty wiring. My brother Jake said it was the house settling, but I always felt like someone else was there with us. That morning started normal enough. It was a Tuesday in October, still dark outside when Mum woke us up for school. She always left for work before we had to catch the bus. She cleaned offices downtown and had to be there by 6, so it was just me and Jake eating cereal at the dining table. Jake was 13 and thought he knew everything. He was always telling me to stop being scared of every little noise in the house. Mom said to lock the door behind her, Jake reminded me, his mouth full of frosted flakes. I nodded, even though I was pretty sure I'd already done it. Our dining table faced the kitchen, which had this sliding glass door that led to our tiny backyard. It was still dark outside, and the glass reflected our kitchen like a mirror. The neighborhood was quiet for once. No sirens, no arguing neighbors, just the sound of our spoons clinking against our bowls. I remember exactly what I was wearing. My favorite pink shirt with a unicorn on it and jeans with patches on the knees. I remember Jake had on his stupid basketball jersey, even though he wasn't on any team. I remember the cereal was getting soggy. These details stick out in my mind because everything was so normal until it wasn't. Jake was telling me about some science project he had to do when it happened. I had just looked up from my cereal bowl when I saw the sliding glass door fly open. It didn't just open, it slammed open, like someone had thrown their whole body against it. The sound was so loud I jumped in my seat, but what came through that door is what I still can't explain. It was a figure, a human-shaped figure, but completely black. Not like a person wearing black clothes, it was like a shadow had peeled itself off the ground and was moving on its own. It was blurry around the edges, like it wasn't fully solid, and it moved fast. It rushed into our kitchen, across the linoleum floor, and then it was just gone. Vanished. The door slammed shut behind it just as quickly as it had opened. The whole thing lasted maybe 3 seconds. I froze with my spoon halfway to my mouth. Jake stopped mid-sentence. We both sat there, staring at the now closed sliding door. "Did you?" Jake started, his voice higher than normal. "Yeah," I whispered. "I saw it." That's when I knew it was real. If Jake had seen it too, I wasn't imagining things. I wasn't just being a scared little kid. We looked at each other, and I saw real fear on my brother's face for the first time. Not the fake kind he put on to scare me, but genuine terror. His face had gone pale, and his hand was gripping his spoon so tight his knuckles were white. "What was that?" I asked, my voice shaking. Jake swallowed hard. "I don't know." He pushed back his chair and stood up. I could see he was trying to act brave for me, but his hands were trembling. "Stay here," he said. No exclamation mark. I grabbed his arm. "Don't go over there." "I just want to check the door," he said. "It's probably just, I don't know, the neighbor's dog or something." Even as he said it, we both knew it wasn't true. No dog looks like that. No person looks like that. I followed him to the kitchen, staying close behind him. Our feet made the old linoleum floor creak. The kitchen felt colder than the rest of the house, like when you open a freezer and feel that rush of cold air. Jake reached for the sliding door handle and tugged on it. It didn't budge. "It's locked," he said, confusion in his voice. He tried again, harder this time. "It's definitely locked." I felt a chill run down my spine, but we both saw it open. "I know." Jake was staring at the lock like it might give him answers. "That's impossible." He peered through the glass into our backyard. The sun was just starting to rise, casting long shadows across the patchy grass and chain-link fence that separated our yard from the alley behind our house. "There's nothing out there," he said, but I wasn't looking outside. I was scanning our kitchen, searching for where that thing could have gone. Our kitchen wasn't big, just a stove, refrigerator, sink, and a few cabinets. Nowhere for something that size to hide. "Where did it go?" I asked, my voice barely audible. Jake shook his head. "I don't know, Jazz. Maybe we both just imagined it." But we hadn't. I knew we hadn't. We checked the entire downstairs, looked behind the couch, in the closets under the table. Nothing. No sign that anything had come into our house. No wet footprints on the floor. No door left ajar. Nothing disturbed or out of place. We went back to the table, but neither of us could eat anymore. My cereal had turned to mush, but I didn't care. My appetite was gone. Should we tell Mom? I asked. Jake thought about it for a minute. No, you know how she gets. She's already stressed about bills and stuff. He was right. Mom worked 2 jobs and was always tired. The last thing she needed was us telling her about shadow people breaking into the house through locked doors. Let's just keep an eye out, Jake said. If it happens again, then we'll tell her. The school bus came 20 minutes later. I didn't want to leave the house, but I also didn't want to stay there alone. Jake must have felt the same way because he didn't complain about having to walk me to the bus stop like he usually did. At school, I couldn't focus. My teacher, Ms. Rivera, asked if I was feeling okay because I kept zoning out. I told her I was just tired. How could I explain what I'd seen? Even now, all these years later, it sounds crazy when I try to tell people. When we got home that afternoon, Mom was already there, which was unusual. She normally worked until 6 at her second job. She was in the kitchen on her hands and knees, scrubbing the floor. What happened? Jake asked. Mom looked up, her face tired and frustrated. I don't know. There's this black stuff all over the floor, like someone tracked in oil or something. Jake and I looked at each other. My heart started racing. What kind of black stuff? I asked, moving closer. I don't know. Mom sighed. It won't come off with regular cleaner. I had to use bleach. She sat back on her heels, wiping sweat from her forehead. Did either of you spill something this morning? No, we both said at the same time. I stared at the floor. There was a faint trail of dark smudges leading from the sliding glass door across the kitchen floor, then stopping abruptly at the entrance to the living room, exactly the path the shadow figure had taken. Do you see that? I whispered to Jake when Mom went to refill her bucket. He nodded, his face serious. Yeah. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing noises, scratching sounds in the walls, footsteps in the hallway, the sliding door rattling in its track. I pulled my blanket over my head and tried to convince myself it was just the wind or the house settling like Jake always said. Around 3 in the morning, my bedroom door creaked open. I froze, afraid to look, but then I heard Jake's voice. Jazz, you awake? He whispered. I peeked out from under my blanket. Jake was standing in the doorway, his pillow clutched to his chest. Can I sleep in here? He asked. My room is, I don't know, it feels weird. Coming from my tough older brother, this was as good as a confession that he was terrified. I scooted over and made room for him on my twin bed. We lay there back to back, neither of us saying anything, but both taking comfort in not being alone. The next morning, Mom found black smudges on the hallway floor outside Jake's bedroom. That was just the beginning. Over the next few months, the paranormal activity in our house got worse. Objects would fly off shelves. We'd hear voices whispering when no one was there. The black figure appeared again and again, always just a glimpse, always moving too fast to really see clearly, always impossible. One night, I woke up to find it standing at the foot of my bed, just watching me. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. It leaned closer, and though it didn't have a face I could see, I somehow knew it was examining me. Then it just melted into the floor. I didn't sleep for 2 days after that. Mom finally believed us when she saw it herself. She was doing dishes one evening when she suddenly dropped a plate and screamed. Jake and I ran into the kitchen to find her backed against the counter, pointing at the empty space by the refrigerator. Did you see it? She kept asking us. Tell me you saw it. We hadn't, but we knew what she meant. After that, Mom started looking for a new place. It took almost a year. Finding an affordable apartment in a better neighborhood wasn't easy, but we eventually moved out. The day we left, I remember looking back at the house as we drove away. It looked so ordinary from the outside. No one passing by would ever guess what lived inside those walls. We never experienced anything like that in our new place. No black figures, no impossible intrusions, no inexplicable stains. It was like whatever had attached itself to us stayed behind in that house. I've tried researching what it could have been over the years: a shadow person, a manifestation of negative energy, some kind of interdimensional being. None of the explanations I've found feel quite right. Sometimes I wonder if growing up in such a violent neighborhood had something to do with it. Like maybe all that fear and anger and desperation created something dark that found its way into our home. Or maybe it was always there and we were just unfortunate enough to move in. I still think about that morning at the breakfast table, the sound of the door slamming open, the blurry black figure rushing in, the impossibility of the locked door, the look on Jake's face that confirmed I wasn't crazy. I've never been able to explain it. I probably never will, but I know what I saw. Some things you just can't forget, no matter how much time passes. Story 6. I don't normally share personal stuff like this online, but I honestly need to get this off my chest. I've tried explaining this to a therapist once, but they just chalked it up to night terrors or sleep paralysis. But I know what I experienced wasn't normal. It wasn't just a bad dream or my imagination. This all happened when I was 4 years old, living with my family in Riverside. We had a double-wide mobile home, nothing fancy, just a regular place with thin walls and creaky floors. I shared a room with my sister, though she only stayed with us during summer breaks since she lived with our dad most of the year. We had this old bunk bed. I slept on the bottom, and she took the top when she visited. It started with the waking up. Every single night, I'd suddenly open my eyes and immediately look at my digital alarm clock on the little nightstand next to my bed. The numbers always glowed the same: 4 a.m., not 3:59, not 4:01, exactly 4:00 every single night. At first, I thought nothing of it. I'd just go back to sleep. But after a couple weeks of this happening consistently, it started to freak me out. I mean, what kid wakes up at the exact same time every night? After about a month of this, I started getting scared enough to go to my mom's room. "Mom, I keep waking up at 4 in the morning," I'd tell her, tugging at her blanket. She'd just mumble something like, "It's just a bad dream, go back to sleep," and roll over. I'd crawl into bed with her sometimes, but other nights I'd just shuffle back to my room, climb back into my bottom bunk, and pull the covers over my head. This went on for about 2 months. The routine was the same: eyes open, clock says 4 a.m., heart racing, trying to fall back asleep while feeling like something was watching me. I started sleeping with my stuffed animals arranged around me like some kind of protective barrier. Then one night, the pattern changed. I woke up, looked at the clock, and it read 3 a.m. I remember feeling confused, like something was off about waking up an hour earlier than usual. I was actually relieved, thinking maybe the weird pattern was finally broken. I rolled over and managed to fall back asleep. That's when the truly terrifying part happened. I suddenly woke up with a jolt. Not the normal kind of waking up. My eyes snapped open as my back slammed against the mattress. The entire bed shook and bounced beneath me. It felt exactly like I'd just jumped onto the bed from standing height, except I'd been asleep. My heart was pounding out of my chest, and I was covered in cold sweat. My blanket wasn't even on the bed anymore. It was crumpled on the floor like it had been thrown off. Instinctively, I looked at the clock. 4 a.m. Exactly 4 a.m. The only way I can describe the feeling is that it was like I'd been floating above my bed while I was unconscious, and then whatever was holding me up just let go. I felt the distinct sensation of falling, and then the impact of hitting the mattress. I wasn't dreaming about falling. My body physically hit the bed hard enough to make it bounce. I ran to my mom's room crying. When I tried to explain what happened, she just said I'd had a nightmare and told me to go back to sleep. I begged to stay with her that night, and thankfully she let me. The next night, I was terrified to go to bed. I stalled as long as I could, asking for extra bedtime stories, glasses of water, anything to delay having to lie down in that bottom bunk. Eventually, I had no choice. I went to sleep clutching my favorite teddy bear so tight my knuckles were white. Sure enough, that night I woke up at exactly 4 a.m. again. Just woke up. No falling sensation. I was almost relieved, but 2 weeks later, it happened again. Same exact experience. I went to sleep normally, then suddenly felt my back slam against the mattress like I'd been dropped from above. The bed shook, my blanket was on the floor, and the clock read 4 a.m. This pattern continued for months. Every single night, I'd wake up at 4 a.m., and every couple of weeks, I'd experience that terrifying sensation of being dropped onto my bed from above. It only ever happened when I slept in the bottom bunk of my room. Never when I slept in my mom's room or on the couch. During the summer when my sister was home and sleeping in the top bunk, I remember being extra scared to tell her what was happening. One morning after a particularly bad dropping episode, I worked up the courage to ask her, "Do you ever feel the bunk bed shake at night?" I asked her at breakfast. She just shrugged and said, "Sometimes you kick in your sleep and the whole thing moves." But I knew it wasn't me kicking. I wasn't moving at all until whatever force was holding me up suddenly released me. I started developing my own little rituals to try to prevent it. I'd arrange my stuffed animals in specific patterns. I'd check under the bed before getting in. I'd leave my closet light on. Nothing helped with the 4 a.m. wakings, but I noticed the dropping episodes seemed to happen less frequently when I slept with my back against the wall. One night, I remember lying awake, too scared to fall asleep. I was watching the clock, dreading the moment it would turn to 4 a.m. As the numbers changed from 3:59 to 4:00, I felt my entire body go cold. The room seemed to get darker, like the shadows were getting thicker, even though nothing physically changed. I swear I could feel pressure on my chest, like something was sitting there, watching me, waiting for me to fall asleep so it could lift me up again. I didn't tell my parents about these episodes very often after the first few times. My dad thought I was making it up for attention, and my mom just attributed it to an overactive imagination. "You've been watching too many scary shows," she'd say, even though I wasn't allowed to watch anything remotely frightening. After about 8 months of this happening, we moved to a different house across town. I was so hopeful that whatever was causing this would stay behind in the old place. The first night in the new house, I slept peacefully through the night. No 4 a.m. wake-up, no falling sensation. I thought it was over. But a week later, it started again. The 4 a.m. wakings returned first. Then, about a month after moving, I experienced the dropping sensation again, same exact feeling, like I'd been suspended above the bed while asleep, then suddenly released to fall back down onto the mattress. Same exact time. 4 a.m. on the dot. One of the most terrifying episodes happened when I was about 5.5. I woke up from the falling sensation, and as I lay there with my heart racing, I noticed something different. There were marks on my arms, 4 small bruises on each arm, like fingerprints. Like something had been gripping me tightly before letting go. They were sore to the touch. When I showed my mum the next morning, she assumed I'd bumped into something while playing. The episodes continued until I was almost 7 years old, and then they just stopped. No explanation, no gradual tapering off. One day it was happening, and then it wasn't anymore. The last time I experienced it, I remember feeling different somehow, like whatever had been holding me up was angry when it let me go. The bed shook harder than ever before, and I heard a distinct thump against the wall behind my head, like something had hit it in frustration. I'm 32 now, and I still wake up occasionally at exactly 4 a.m. in a cold sweat. I don't experience the falling sensation anymore, but sometimes I'll wake up to find my blankets on the floor, even though I don't move much in my sleep. I've tried researching similar experiences online. Some people suggest it was sleep paralysis, but that doesn't explain the consistent timing or the physical sensation of impact. Others say it might have been some kind of seizure, but I've been checked by doctors and never had any neurological issues. The thing that really gets me is the precision of it all. The exact same time, night after night. The identical sensation of being dropped. The fact that it only happened in my bed, never anywhere else. Sometimes I wonder if something was trying to take me somewhere at 4 a.m. each night, but I would wake up and break its concentration. And on the nights when I fell back asleep, it would try again, lifting me up until something interrupted it, causing it to drop me back down. I still don't have an explanation for what happened to me. I've mostly convinced myself it was just some weird sleep disorder that I outgrew. But deep down, I know it was something else, something that had a schedule. Something that wanted me at 4 a.m., something that, for whatever reason, couldn't or wouldn't take me completely. And sometimes when I look at a clock and see it's 3:59 a.m., I still hold my breath and brace myself for whatever might come next. Story 7. I still don't sleep with my curtains open. Not after what happened during those months in Korea. When COVID hit in early 2020, I was working on my master's degree in Sydney. Like many international students, I suddenly found myself trapped in a foreign country with mounting restrictions. After 3 months of lockdown in my tiny studio apartment, I made the decision to return to Korea, my homeland. The borders were still open, though barely, and the thought of being with family during such uncertain times outweighed any concerns about the lengthy quarantine process. After the mandatory 2-week isolation in a government facility, I finally reunited with my parents and younger brother. They'd already secured a temporary apartment on the outskirts of Seoul, more affordable than the city center and closer to the mountains where my dad could hike when restrictions allowed. It was a modest 3-bedroom unit on the 9th floor of a relatively new building. Nothing special, but spacious enough for the 4 of us. My bedroom faced the back of the building, overlooking a small, densely forested mountain. During the day, the view was actually quite pleasant, all green trees and occasionally a few hikers on the visible paths. At night, though, it was just darkness, complete darkness. No streetlights reached that side of the building, and the mountain itself had no illumination. The first few weeks were uneventful. We settled into our quarantine routine, my parents working remotely, my brother attending online classes, and me continuing my research. The apartment often felt stuffy with all of us cooped up, but we managed. I was just grateful to be home. It was mid-July when it started. Seoul summers are unbearably humid, and that night was particularly sticky. I'd fallen asleep with my balcony door slightly cracked to let in whatever breeze might come. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up suddenly. You know that feeling when you sense someone watching you? That's what it was. When I opened my eyes, I saw her. A middle-aged woman was standing on my balcony, perfectly still, staring through the glass door into my room. She wore a bright red hiking outfit, the kind older Korean women wear on mountain trails, with a matching sun visor. Even in the dark, I could make out her features clearly. Round face, short permed hair, expressionless eyes. I froze. My first thought was that someone had somehow climbed up 9 floors, which seemed impossible. Before I could react, she slid open the door, which I was certain I had only left cracked, not unlocked, and stepped inside. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just lay there paralyzed as she walked around my room. She didn't touch anything or look at me again. She just wandered around for maybe a minute, then went back to the balcony and disappeared. The next morning I convinced myself it had been a dream or sleep paralysis. I'd been under stress with my research, and the heat was making sleep difficult. I didn't mention it to my family. What would I even say? Hey, I hallucinated a woman in our 9th floor apartment last night. A week passed. I'd almost forgotten about the incident when I woke up again, same time, around 3 a.m. There she was again, the woman in red, standing on my balcony. Only this time, she didn't just walk around my room. She came in through the window, which I know I had closed, approached my bed, and stood there, looking down at me. Her face was blank, not angry, not sad, just empty. She stood there for what felt like forever, but was probably only minutes. Then she turned and left the same way she came. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat up with all the lights on, my back against the wall, until morning came. When my mom asked why I looked so tired, I blamed it on research stress. How could I explain what was happening without sounding completely insane? The visits continued, about once a week, always around 3 a.m., always the same routine. She'd appear on the balcony, come into my room, sometimes just stand there, sometimes walk around, and then leave. I started sleeping with the balcony door locked and the curtains drawn, but it didn't matter. She'd still find a way in. After about a month of these visits, I began noticing other things changing in the apartment. My parents were arguing more frequently over trivial matters. My usually talkative brother became withdrawn, spending all day in his room. The apartment itself began to feel heavy, like the air was thicker, harder to breathe. One morning, I found my mom sitting alone at the kitchen table, staring out the window. When I asked if she was okay, she said something that chilled me. "This place feels like it's trying to suck the life out of me." Those were the exact words I'd been thinking but hadn't said aloud to anyone. I started researching the building's history, discreetly asking neighbors if they'd experienced anything unusual. Nobody had any stories about our unit specifically, but an elderly woman on our floor mentioned that the mountain behind us had several unmarked graves from before the Korean War. "People don't like to talk about it," she said, "but hikers sometimes report strange feelings on those trails." By this point, I wasn't sleeping more than a few hours each night. I'd doze off from exhaustion around midnight, then wake up before 3, dreading her appearance. Sometimes she wouldn't show, and those nights were almost worse. The anticipation kept me on edge until dawn. About 6 weeks after the first visit, I decided I couldn't take it anymore. If she returned, I would confront her, ask her what she wanted. Why me? Why our family? That night, I forced myself to leave the curtains open and the balcony visible. I sat on my bed, facing the glass doors, waiting. 3 a.m. came and went. Nothing. I was just starting to think she wouldn't come when the air in the room changed, became colder, denser. And there she was, standing on my balcony in her red hiking outfit. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it, but I managed to stay put as she slid open the door and stepped inside. This time, instead of pretending to be asleep, I looked directly at her and spoke. "Why do you keep coming here? What do you want?" Her expression changed for the first time. Her blank face crumpled and she began to sob. Not the dramatic wailing you'd see in a movie. These were silent, body-shaking sobs that somehow felt more real, more disturbing. She covered her face with her hands, her shoulders heaving. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to comfort her, but a stronger part was still terrified. Before I could decide, she lowered her hands, gave me one last look of what I can only describe as pure anguish, and vanished. Not walked away, not stepped back onto the balcony. She literally vanished where she stood. I immediately turned on all the lights and called my parents. They rushed in, clearly alarmed by my state. I told them everything. All the visits, the woman, what had just happened. I expected disbelief, maybe concern about my mental health. Instead, my mother sat down heavily on my bed and said, "The arguing with your father, it started around the same time, didn't it?" That was the moment I realized whatever was happening wasn't just affecting me. We moved out 2 weeks later. It wasn't easy finding a new place during COVID, but my parents pulled some strings and secured a smaller apartment closer to the city. My brother and I helped pack while my parents handled the paperwork. None of us mentioned the woman in red, but we all worked with an urgency that went beyond normal moving stress. The relief was immediate. The tension between my parents dissipated. My brother started talking again. I slept through the night for the first time in months. 6 months later, my parents relocated to Singapore for work, and I returned to Australia to start my PhD. It's been 3 years now. I've never experienced anything like that again, and I've never gone back to that part of Seoul. Sometimes I try to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was stress-induced hallucinations that somehow affected my whole family. Maybe there was a gas leak in the building causing shared delusions. Maybe the pandemic isolation broke something in my brain temporarily. But then I remember her face as she sobbed, the raw emotion there, and I know whatever she was, She was real in some way. I still have questions that keep me up at night. Who was she? What happened to her on that mountain? Was she trying to warn us about something, or was she drawn to us, to me, for some other reason? I don't think I'll ever know, but I do know this. Whenever I visit Korea now, I stay in hotels, and I always check that the balcony doors are locked before I go to sleep. Story 8. I still can't believe what happened last Halloween. It's been almost 6 months, but I wake up in the middle of the night hearing those whispers. My friends and I made a pact not to talk about it, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe writing it down will help the nightmares stop. So, I grew up in Ravens Creek, Maine. It's one of those small towns where everyone knows everyone, and nothing exciting ever happens. Well, almost nothing. On the outskirts of town sits Blackwood Mansion, this massive Victorian house that's been abandoned for like 100 years. The story goes that the Blackwood family, super wealthy folks who basically owned half the town back in the day, just disappeared one night, all of them. No explanation, no bodies found, nothing. They vanished like they never existed. Growing up, we'd all heard the stories. Parents used the mansion to scare kids into behaving. Be good or the Blackwood ghosts will get you. That kind of stuff. By high school, it became this rite of passage to sneak onto the property on a dare, but nobody ever had the guts to actually go inside. That is, until last Halloween. It was my idea, I'll admit that much. Me, Jake, my girlfriend Sophie, and our friends Lily and Matt were hanging out at my place, bored out of our minds. We'd outgrown trick-or-treating, and the town's Halloween festival was lame as usual. We should do something actually scary tonight, I said, scrolling through my phone. It's our senior year, last Halloween before college. Sophie was curled up next to me on the couch. Like what? Watch another crappy horror movie. That's when it hit me. Let's check out Blackwood Mansion, like actually go inside. Matt nearly choked on his soda. Dude, are you serious? That place is falling apart. We could get tetanus or something. Or possessed, Lily added, only half joking. But I could tell they were intrigued. After some back and forth, we agreed to go around midnight. We told our parents we were going to a party at another friend's house, grabbed some flashlights and headed out. The mansion sits on this hill that overlooks the town, surrounded by these ancient oak trees. Even from a distance, it looks wrong somehow, like it doesn't belong. That night, with a full moon overhead and a light fog rolling in from the coast, it looked straight out of a horror movie. The iron gates were rusted shut, but there was a gap in the stone wall where we could squeeze through. The grounds were overgrown with weeds, dead leaves crunching under our feet as we approached the house. It was bigger up close than I expected. 3 stories of weathered wood, boarded windows, and this massive front porch with columns that seemed to stretch up forever. I can't believe we're doing this, Sophie whispered, gripping my hand. I squeezed back, trying to act brave even though my heart was racing. The front door was locked, but Matt found a window around back where the boards had come loose. One by one, we climbed inside, landing in what must have been a kitchen. The air was thick with dust and smelled like mold and something else I couldn't place. Something metallic and wrong. We turned on our flashlights, the beams cutting through the darkness. Everything was covered in a century's worth of grime, but you could tell this place had once been grand. The ceilings were high, with elaborate moldings. Faded wallpaper peeled from the walls like dead skin. Let's stick together, Lily said, huddling close to Matt. Where's the fun in that? I replied, trying to sound casual. We'll cover more ground if we split up, 2 and 2. In hindsight, that was my first mistake. We decided to explore the ground floor first. The kitchen led to a dining room with a massive table still set for dinner, plates and silverware arranged as if waiting for guests who never arrived. Everything was covered in thick dust except, and this was weird, one of the chairs looked like it had been pulled out recently. Someone's been here, Sophie whispered. Probably just some other kids, I said, not believing it myself. We moved into the main hallway, which ran straight through the center of the house. That's when I spotted an old leather-bound book on a small table by the staircase. It looked out of place, less dusty than everything else. "Guys, check this out," I called. The others gathered around as I carefully opened it. It was a journal. The handwriting was elegant but frantic, getting messier toward the end. I flipped through the pages, stopping randomly to read entries. "November 3rd, 1898, I read aloud. "The whispers have started again. Eleanor insists she doesn't hear them, but I know she's lying. The children are affected too. I've caught Thomas talking to the empty corner of his bedroom." Sophie shivered beside me. "Jake, maybe we should go." "Just a little longer," I said, turning another page. December 12th. "The whispers are getting louder. They follow me from room to room. They know my name now." That's when we heard it, a soft, gentle melody drifting from somewhere deeper in the house. A piano. "Tell me you guys hear that," Matt said, his voice cracking. We all nodded, frozen in place. The music was beautiful but wrong, like a familiar song played at half speed. "It's probably just the wind," I suggested weakly. "Through a piano?" Lily shot back. We stood there listening until the music stopped abruptly, leaving the silence even heavier than before. "Let's check it out," I said finally. "Lily and Matt, you guys go. Sophie and I will head upstairs." Matt looked like he wanted to argue but nodded reluctantly. "We'll meet back here in 15 minutes, no matter what." That was my second mistake. Sophie and I climbed the grand staircase, the wood creaking beneath our feet. The upper hallway stretched in both directions with doors lining each side. Family portraits hung on the walls, their faces barely visible beneath layers of dust and cobwebs. "This is creepy as hell," Sophie whispered, sticking close to me. We decided to start with the room at the end of the hall. As we approached, I swear the temperature dropped 10 degrees. My breath came out in little puffs of vapor. Then I heard it. A soft, unintelligible whisper just behind my ear. I spun around. "Did you say something?" Sophie shook her head, eyes wide. "I thought you did." There it was again, just at the edge of hearing, a murmur like someone talking under their breath. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Jake?" Sophie's voice trembled. "I don't like this. Let's go back." Before I could answer, there was a sound from downstairs, a door slamming followed by Lily's scream. We ran back toward the stairs, the whispers following us, growing louder with each step. I couldn't make out words, just this constant murmuring that seemed to press against my skull. We found Matt pounding on the parlor door. "They won't open," he shouted when he saw us. The doors just slammed shut. Lily's trapped inside. I could hear her on the other side, crying and calling Matt's name. The piano music had started again, louder this time. "Stand back," I said, then rammed my shoulder against the door. It didn't budge, not even a little. It felt like hitting solid concrete. The whispers were all around us now, multiple voices overlapping. Out of the corner of my eye, I kept seeing movement, shadows shifting where no shadows should be. "We need to find something to break down the door," Sophie said, her voice surprisingly steady. That's when the parlor doors flew open on their own. Lily stumbled out, pale and shaking. "The piano," she gasped. It was playing by itself. I saw the keys moving. "We need to get out of here. Now." Matt grabbed her hand. We turned toward the front door, but something was wrong. The hallway looked longer than before, much longer. The front door seemed impossibly far away, like looking through the wrong end of a telescope. "Run," I whispered, and we did. But the hallway stretched before us, the door never getting closer. The whispers had become a roar in my ears, and I could almost understand them now, almost make out words about staying, about joining, about never leaving. The walls seemed to pulse inward, the ceiling lowering. I felt a hand grab the back of my jacket, not Sophie's, not anyone's I knew, and I jerked forward with a yell. "Don't look back," I screamed at the others, though I don't know why I said it. Something told me that turning around would be the worst mistake of all. We kept running, our flashlight beams bouncing wildly. The floor beneath us felt soft suddenly, like running on wet sand. The air grew thick, hard to breathe. Then, suddenly, we hit the door. I don't remember reaching it. One moment it was still impossibly far away. The next we were crashing against it. I grabbed the handle and pulled with everything I had. Nothing happened. "It's locked," Lily sobbed. "Push!" Matt yelled, and we all threw our weight against it. With a groan, the door gave way, and we tumbled out onto the porch. We didn't stop. We sprinted across the overgrown lawn, through the gap in the wall, and down the hill toward town. We didn't stop running until we reached the all-night diner on Main Street, collapsing into a booth, gasping for breath. We sat there until dawn, not talking much, jumping at every sound. When the sun came up, we made a pact never to speak of what happened, never to go back there. But the thing is, I don't think we ever really left. The whispers follow me, especially at night. I'll wake up certain someone is standing in the corner of my bedroom. Sophie says she feels the same way. Lily won't talk to any of us anymore. Matt dropped out of school last month. Sometimes I catch myself staring at the hill where Blackwood Mansion stands, feeling this pull like it's calling me back. In my dreams, I'm walking through those halls again. But this time I understand what the whispers are saying. They're saying I belong there, that we all do, that we'll come back eventually. And the worst part? I'm starting to think they're right. Story 9. I moved into my mom's old house back in October after she decided to downsize to a condo in Florida. The place is this big colonial-style home built in the 1890s, sitting on about 2 acres just outside of town. It's not directly on any burial grounds or anything like that. I've checked the county records thoroughly. But there is an old cemetery about half a mile down the road. Growing up, I always felt like the house had a certain energy to it. Mom used to laugh it off when I'd tell her about the cold spots or the feeling of being watched. She'd say, "Olivia, you've always had an overactive imagination." But I knew what I felt. I've always been sensitive to these things, even as a kid. I could walk into a room and immediately feel if something was off. My friends used to call me their ghost radar in college. When I first moved in, things were pretty normal, just the occasional creak or settling noise you'd expect from a house this old. But after about 2 weeks, I started noticing a pattern. Every evening, around 7:30, I'd hear footsteps in the hallway outside my bedroom. At first, I thought it was just the house settling, but the footsteps were too deliberate, too rhythmic. One night in early November, I was sitting in the living room reading when I heard those footsteps again. I looked up, expecting to see nothing, but there was this, I don't even know how to describe it. It was like a shimmer in the air, a distortion that vaguely resembled a human form. It moved through the living room, paused by the bookshelf, and then walked straight through the wall into the kitchen. I sat there frozen, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I kept telling myself it was just my eyes playing tricks on me, that maybe I was tired or stressed. But the next night, at exactly 7:30, it happened again and again the night after that. And every night for the next 2 weeks. What freaked me out the most was that this thing seemed to have a routine. It would walk through the living room, stop at the bookshelf, sometimes pull out a book, which would physically move, I swear to God, and then phase through the wall into the kitchen. In the kitchen, I'd hear cabinets opening and closing, like someone was looking for something. By December, I couldn't take it anymore. I called my friend Melissa, who's always been into the paranormal, and asked her to come over with some equipment. She brought an EMF detector, a digital voice recorder, and one of those gas-detecting devices that supposedly can detect carbon monoxide, which people say can cause hallucinations. Melissa arrived around 6 in the evening, and I remember feeling relieved that I finally had someone who might believe me. We set up in the living room, and I told her to wait for 7:30. Sure enough, right on schedule, the footsteps started. Melissa's eyes went wide, and the EMF detector went crazy, the needle swinging all the way to the red zone. "Holy shit, Olivia," she whispered. There's definitely something here. The shimmer appeared just like it had every night and moved toward the bookshelf. Melissa fumbled with her phone, trying to record it, when suddenly the gas detector she'd placed on the coffee table started beeping wildly. Before either of us could react, the device literally flew off the table like someone had slapped it. It hit the wall with such force that it shattered, pieces of plastic scattering across the hardwood floor. Melissa freaked out. She grabbed her stuff and was out the door in less than 2 minutes. I called her later that night, but she wouldn't pick up. She texted me the next day saying she couldn't come back to the house, that whatever was there was angry and dangerous. That's when the real nightmare began. The following night, I decided to stay in my bedroom with the door locked. I thought maybe if I didn't acknowledge whatever it was, it would leave me alone. I was so wrong. I was lying in bed watching Netflix on my laptop to distract myself when the temperature in the room suddenly dropped. I could see my breath in the air and my fingers went numb with cold. Then I swear to God, I watched as the floorboards near my bed started to bulge, like something was pushing up from underneath. The wood creaked and groaned, and then this thing emerged. It wasn't like the shimmer in the living room. This was solid, physical. It was humanoid, but wrong in every way. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched tight over a skeletal frame. Its fingers were too long, its joints bent at impossible angles. But its face is what still haunts me. It had sunken black eyes and a mouth that stretched too wide across its face, filled with what looked like dozens of needle-like teeth. It rose up from the floor until it was hovering at the foot of my bed. I couldn't move, I couldn't scream. I just lay there, paralyzed with fear as it slowly floated toward me. It stopped beside the bed, leaning over me, its face inches from mine. I could smell it, like rotting meat and something metallic like old pennies. Then it touched me, its ice-cold fingers wrapped around my wrist, and I felt this intense burning pain. I finally managed to scream and it disappeared, sinking back through the floor as quickly as it had appeared. I ran out of the room and spent the night in my car, convinced I'd had some kind of psychotic break. In the morning, I went back inside, telling myself it was just sleep paralysis or a vivid nightmare. But when I looked at my wrist, there were 5 distinct bruises, like fingerprints, exactly where it had grabbed me. I tried to convince myself it was sleep paralysis. I really did. I researched it extensively, how your body can be asleep while your mind is awake, creating hallucinations. I even went to see a doctor who prescribed me some sleeping pills, but they didn't help because the next night it came back, and the night after that, always at the same time, always emerging from the same spot in the floor. Sometimes it would just watch me. Other times it would touch me, my face, my arms, my legs. Each time I'd find bruises the next morning. One night in January, I decided to test the sleep paralysis theory. I forced myself to stay awake, sitting upright in a chair in the corner of my bedroom, lights on, waiting. At exactly 3:17 a.m., I remember checking my phone. The floorboard started to bulge. It came through just like before, but this time I wasn't paralyzed or half asleep. I was wide awake, and it still appeared. It saw me sitting in the corner and moved toward me so fast I didn't have time to react. It was on me in seconds, its cold hands around my throat, squeezing. I fought back, kicking and punching, but my hands went right through it while its grip remained solid and real. Just as I was about to pass out, it let go and retreated back through the floor. I spent the next week at a hotel researching the history of the house. What I found made everything so much worse. The house had been built in 1892 by a doctor named Edward Barrett, no relation that I know of. He ran a small practice out of the home, using what's now the dining room as his examination room. After he died in 1927, his son took over the practice until the 1960s. According to local newspaper archives, there were rumors that the elder Dr. Barrett had conducted experimental treatments on patients with mental illnesses, though nothing was ever proven. I also found records of at least 3 deaths in the house. Dr. Barrett himself, who died of a stroke. A patient named Mary Wilkins, who allegedly died during some kind of procedure. and a young man named Thomas Green, who hanged himself in what's now my bedroom in 1942. Armed with this information, I reached out to a local paranormal investigation team. They came to the house in February, bringing all kinds of equipment. They were excited at first. Apparently, the house had a reputation among local ghost hunters that I hadn't known about. But their excitement didn't last long. Within an hour of setting up, all their equipment malfunctioned. Batteries drained instantly, cameras stopped working, and their lead investigator, a guy named Steve, experienced severe chest pains that forced them to leave early. Steve later told me he felt like something was sitting on his chest, crushing him. He refused to come back, saying the house had the worst energy he'd ever encountered. I was desperate. I tried everything. Sage smudging, salt lines at the doors and windows, religious symbols from half a dozen faiths. I even had a priest come and bless the house. Nothing worked. If anything, the activity intensified. The roommate at 7:30 became more solid, more visible. I could now clearly see it was a man in old-fashioned clothes, a suit with a high collar and spectacles. I assumed it was Dr. Barrett. He never acknowledged me, just went about his routine every night, checking his books, moving through the wall to the kitchen. But the thing from the floor, that got worse too. It started appearing multiple times a night, and not just after I'd gone to bed. I'd be in the shower and see it rising from the drain. I'd be cooking dinner, and it would emerge from beneath the refrigerator, smaller but still recognizable, watching me with those hollow black eyes. The breaking point came in March. I had finally convinced my sister to come stay with me for a weekend. She'd always been skeptical of my ghost stories, as she called them, and I thought maybe having her witness something would validate my experiences. The first night she was there, everything was quiet. No 7:30 visitor, no thing from the floor. I almost started to think I was losing my mind after all. But on the second night, as we were sitting in the living room watching a movie, all the lights in the house went out simultaneously. My sister thought it was a power outage, but when she looked out the window, all the neighboring houses still had lights on. Then we heard it. Heavy footsteps upstairs, pacing back and forth in my bedroom. My sister's face went pale. "What the hell is that?" she whispered. Before I could answer, every door in the house slammed shut at once. The temperature dropped so rapidly that the windows frosted over from the inside. And then, from the kitchen, we heard what sounded like someone dragging something heavy across the floor. My sister grabbed her phone to call 911, but as soon as she dialed, the phone flew out of her hand and smashed against the wall. That was enough for her. She ran for the front door, but it wouldn't open. None of the doors would. We were trapped. For what felt like hours, we huddled together on the couch as things moved around us. Books flying off shelves, pictures falling from walls, furniture sliding across the floor on its own. All the while, those footsteps continued upstairs, getting louder and faster, like whoever or whatever it was getting more and more agitated, and then it stopped. Everything went completely silent. The lights came back on. The doors unlocked themselves with audible clicks. My sister didn't even say goodbye. She just ran to her car and drove away. She hasn't spoken to me since. I should have left then. I know that. But where was I supposed to go? I'd spent almost all my savings on the renovations I'd done when I moved in. I had nowhere else to go, and no one who believed me enough to take me in, so I stayed, and I learned to live with it. I avoid being home at 7:30. I sleep with all the lights on. I've covered the floorboards in my bedroom with rugs and furniture, trying to block whatever comes through. But last night was different. I came home late from work, around 9. The house was eerily quiet. No creaks, no footsteps, nothing. I thought maybe whatever was happening had finally stopped. I was in the kitchen making a sandwich when I heard someone whisper my name right behind me. I spun around, but no one was there. Then I heard it again, from the living room. I followed the voice, my heart racing. In the living room, standing by the bookshelf, was the figure I'd come to think of as Dr. Barrett. But this time, he was looking directly at me. His eyes met mine, and he slowly raised his hand, pointing toward the ceiling. "They're coming," he said, his voice like dry leaves rustling. "All of them. You need to leave. Now." Then he vanished. Not fading away or walking through a wall, just there 1 second and gone the next. I stood frozen, trying to process what had happened, when the house began to tremble. Not like an earthquake, more like the whole structure was shivering. The floorboards throughout the entire house started to bulge and crack, as if dozens of things were trying to push through all at once. I ran. I didn't grab anything, didn't even put on shoes. I just ran out the front door to my car and drove to the nearest hotel. That's where I am now, writing this. I don't know what to do. I can't go back there. But I can't just abandon the house either. The sun is coming up now. I haven't slept. Every time I close my eyes, I see those floorboards bulging, breaking. I keep wondering, what would have happened if I'd stayed? What was coming through? And why did Dr. Barrett, if that's who it was, warn me? I don't know if I'll ever have answers. All I know is that house isn't just haunted. It's something worse, something I don't have words for. And whatever is there, it's getting stronger. It's getting angry. And I don't think it's going to stay contained in that house much longer. Story 10. I don't talk about this much. Even now, 20 years later, I still get goosebumps thinking about that night in Oakwood. Our house was this beaten-down rental on Maple Drive, peeling paint, creaky floors, the works. Mom picked it because it was all we could afford after the divorce. It wasn't the worst place we'd lived, but it definitely had this heaviness to it that I couldn't explain as a 9-year-old. My mom was working nights at the hospital cafeteria back then, which meant her boyfriend Marcus would babysit me. I use that term loosely because most nights he'd just smoke whatever he could get his hands on and zone out on our stained couch. Mom thought she was doing the right thing, making sure someone was home with me, but honestly, I would have been better off alone. Marcus was unpredictable. When he was sober, he could actually be kind of fun. He'd make me peanut butter and banana sandwiches and let me stay up watching scary movies Mom would have never allowed. But when he was coming down from whatever he was on, or when he couldn't get his hands on anything at all, that's when the weird stuff would start. He'd pace around the house, checking windows, talking about entities and presences he could sense. He'd tell me about demons that lived in the walls and how they were trying to communicate with us. As a kid, I half believed him, especially late at night when the house would make those unexplainable sounds old houses make. That particular night in the summer of 2003 was scorching hot, even after sunset. The AC in my room was busted, so Mom had set up this ancient window unit in the living room. It rattled and hummed, but it was better than nothing. To install it, we had to keep part of the blinds up on that window, leaving a gap where you could see straight out into our front yard. Mom had left for her shift around 10 p.m. and Marcus was in one of his states. He hadn't been able to get whatever it was he needed that day, so he was extra jittery. I remember him walking around the house, mumbling about how the energy was different that night. I tried to ignore him, curling up on the couch with my pillow and blanket, focusing on the cool air from the AC unit instead of his rambling. I must have fallen asleep watching some cartoon because the next thing I knew, I was waking up disoriented. The TV was still on, casting this blue glow across the living room. The house was eerily quiet, no Marcus mumbling, no kitchen cabinets opening and closing as he searched for God knows what. I was groggy with that weird feeling you get when you wake up somewhere other than your bed. I had no idea what time it was, but I could tell it was late, that special kind of late where the world feels completely still. I sat up slightly trying to get my bearings, and my eyes naturally drifted toward the window with the AC unit where the blinds were partially raised. That's when I saw him. Standing in our front yard, directly in the patch of light from our porch lamp, was a boy. He looked about my age, maybe a bit older. He was wearing a dirty baseball uniform. I remember the jersey was gray with red lettering, and he had on those knee-high socks baseball players wear. His cap was pulled low, but not low enough to hide his face. His face. God, his face. It wasn't just pale. It was like all the color had been drained out of him. His skin had this ashen quality that made him look like he was made of paper, but it was his eyes that made my blood turn to ice. They were, hollow isn't even the right word. It was like looking into empty space. There was no light reflecting in them, no life behind them. Yet somehow, despite their emptiness, they conveyed this overwhelming sadness that I could feel physically, like a weight pressing down on my chest, and he was staring directly at me. Not at the house, not at the window, but at me, like he knew I was there, like he'd been waiting for me to wake up and notice him. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just lay there, half propped up on my elbow, caught in his gaze. I don't know how long we stared at each other. It could have been seconds or minutes, but the longer I looked, the more certain I became that this wasn't a normal boy. There was something profoundly wrong about him that my 9-year-old brain couldn't fully process. I remember thinking that if I just closed my eyes, he'd be gone when I opened them. That's what Mom always told me about nightmares, but I couldn't even bring myself to blink. I was frozen, trapped in the gaze of this thing that looked like a boy but clearly wasn't. Then I heard footsteps behind me. Soft, careful footsteps. Marcus appeared at the edge of the couch, his eyes wide and focused on the window. He was completely sober now, more alert than I'd seen him in weeks. His face was drained of color, almost matching the boy outside. "You see him too," he whispered. It wasn't a question, it was a statement, and those 3 words sent a chill through me that was colder than any air conditioner could produce, because in that moment I realized this wasn't my imagination. This wasn't a dream or a hallucination. The boy was real, real enough that Marcus could see him too. I expected Marcus to freak out, to grab me and run to another room, to call the police, to do something, but what he did next was so much worse. He walked over to the window. "Marcus, don't," I whispered, finding my voice for the first time. It came out thin and shaky. He ignored me. When he reached the window, he slowly raised the blinds all the way up, the plastic slats making a soft clicking sound as they retracted. The boy outside didn't move, didn't react at all. He just kept staring with those empty, sorrowful eyes. And then Marcus started talking to him. I couldn't make out everything he was saying. He was speaking in this low, hushed tone, but I caught fragments. "Been a while. Didn't think you'd come back. She can see you too." The boy never spoke back, at least not audibly. But there were moments when Marcus would pause, like he was listening to a response. His head would tilt slightly. He'd nod, and then continue his side of the conversation. I pulled my blanket up to my chin, as if that flimsy piece of fabric could protect me from whatever was happening. The rational part of my brain was screaming that this couldn't be real, that Marcus was having some kind of episode and I was getting caught up in it. But I knew what I was seeing. The boy was there, and somehow Marcus knew him. After what felt like an eternity, Marcus stepped back from the window. He looked over at me, and his face had this expression I'd never seen before, a mixture of fear and resignation. "He's leaving now," he said quietly. I looked back at the window. The boy had turned away and was walking across our front yard, his movements stiff and unnatural. He didn't look back, didn't wave goodbye. He just walked in a straight line until he reached the edge of the light from our porch lamp. Then, instead of continuing into the darkness, he simply faded away. Not like he walked into shadows, but like he gradually became transparent until there was nothing left. The yard was empty, just our patchy grass and the moths circling the porch light. Marcus closed the blinds and went to the kitchen without saying another word. I heard him open a cabinet, the faucet running, the sound of a glass being set down. When he came back, he had this weird smile plastered on his face. "Time to go back to sleep, Em," he said, his voice falsely cheerful. "You've got school tomorrow." It was summer break. I didn't have school, but I was too scared, too confused to point that out. I just nodded and lay back down, pulling the blanket over my head this time. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Neither did Marcus. I could hear him pacing, opening and closing the front door to peek outside, checking the locks over and over. When Mom came home at 6 in the morning, Marcus acted completely normal. He didn't mention the boy, and neither did I. I was afraid she wouldn't believe me, or worse, that she'd think something was wrong with me. So I kept quiet, even though I was bursting with questions. We moved out of that house 3 months later. Mom said the landlord was raising the rent, but I always wondered if there was more to it. The night before we left, I overheard her arguing with Marcus about his episodes and how she couldn't have that around Emma anymore. Years later, when I was in high school, I finally got up the courage to ask Marcus about that night. By then, he and Mom had broken up, but he still kept in touch, sending birthday cards and occasionally taking me to lunch when he was in town and sober. I waited until we were alone at a diner halfway through our meals. "Do you remember that night in the Oakwood house?" I asked. "The night with the boy in the baseball uniform?" He looked at me like I was speaking another language. His brow furrowed. He shook his head. "What boy? What are you talking about, Em?" I described everything. The boy's ashen face, his hollow eyes, the way Marcus had talked to him through the window. With each detail, Marcus's expression grew more concerned. "Emma," he said finally, setting down his fork. "I don't know what you're talking about. That never happened." "But you saw him," I insisted. "You told me I wasn't the only one who could see him." Marcus sighed, running a hand through his thinning hair. "Look, I was in a bad place back then, using a lot. I said a lot of crazy shit about demons and ghosts. Maybe you had a nightmare that seemed real because of all that talk. Kids are impressionable, you know. But I know what I saw. It wasn't a dream or a hallucination fueled by a child's imagination. That boy was real, or as real as something like that can be, and Marcus saw him too, talked to him like they were old acquaintances. I've tried researching the history of that house, looking for stories about a boy who might have died there, maybe a baseball player. I've never found anything concrete, but sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I still see that face, that paper-white skin, those hollow eyes filled with bottomless sadness, and I wonder if he's still there, standing in the yard of that rundown house in Oakwood, waiting for someone else to wake up and notice him through a gap in the blinds. I still don't know what happened that night, but I know it was real, and I know Marcus remembers it too, no matter how much he denies it. Story 11. I've been sitting on this experience for months now, debating whether to share it. Part of me wants to forget it ever happened, but another part knows I need to get this out. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it. I still can't sleep right, and I'm constantly looking over my shoulder. This happened back in July when my friends Zeke, Mari, and I were road tripping through rural Oregon. We'd stopped in this tiny place called Oak Ridge, literally a dot on the map that most GPS systems barely acknowledge. The three of us have been urban exploring since college, mostly abandoned factories and condemned houses. Nothing major, just the thrill of seeing places frozen in time. We were getting gas at this rundown station when the attendant mentioned the old Pinewood Hotel about 5 miles down Route 58, said it had been abandoned since 1997 after some health code violations and financial problems. The way he described it, this massive building just sitting there untouched for decades, I could see Zeke's eyes light up immediately. "We have to check it out," he said the second we got back in the car. Mari was hesitant at first, but eventually agreed. It was just supposed to be a quick afternoon detour, in and out before dark. God, I wish we'd just kept driving. We found it around 4 in the afternoon. The place was set back from the highway, barely visible through these massive overgrown trees. There wasn't even a proper driveway anymore, just a cracked concrete path being reclaimed by weeds. The building itself was this imposing 6-story structure with faded yellow paint peeling off like skin after a sunburn. Most of the windows were either boarded up or broken, and vines had crawled up almost to the 3rd floor. We parked about 100 yards away, partly to keep our car hidden and partly because the sight of the place made us all instinctively want to keep a safe distance. "This is bigger than I expected," Mari said, taking out her phone to snap some pictures. "Like, way bigger." The front entrance was this grand archway with broken glass doors hanging off their hinges. Someone had spray-painted "Stay Out" in red across what remained of them. Should have taken that advice. The second we stepped inside, I was hit by this smell. It's hard to describe, like old perfume mixed with mold and something else I couldn't place. The lobby was massive with a ceiling that must have been 20 feet high. Faded wallpaper curled from the walls, and what was once probably an elegant check-in counter was now rotting and covered in bird droppings. A massive chandelier hung precariously from rusted chains, missing most of its crystals. "This place is a gold mine," Zeke whispered, his voice echoing slightly. He was right. Urban explorers dream of finding places this intact. We agreed to split up and cover more ground, planning to meet back in the lobby in an hour. I took the east wing, Mari went upstairs, and Zeke headed toward what looked like a ballroom. We all had our phones for pictures and flashlights. Signal was spotty, but we figured we'd be within shouting distance. The east wing seemed to be mainly conference rooms and offices. What struck me as weird was how the hallways seemed to curve slightly when they should have been straight. I kept feeling like I was walking slightly downhill, even though the floor looked level. The layout made no sense. Rooms would open into other rooms that logically shouldn't have connected. After about 40 minutes of exploring, I found myself in what must have been the hotel restaurant. Tables were still set with moldy tablecloths and rusted silverware. Behind the service counter, I discovered a wall of photographs showing the hotel in its prime. One photo caught my attention, a staff picture from 1996. Everyone was smiling except this one tall, thin man standing in the back row. His face was slightly blurred, like he'd moved during the photo, but I could swear he was staring directly at the camera with this unnaturally wide smile. I took a picture of it with my phone, and that's when I heard Zeke calling for me. His voice sounded excited, not scared, so I headed back toward the lobby. I found him and Mari already waiting. Zeke was practically bouncing with excitement. "You have to see the ballroom," he said, grabbing my arm. "There's this wheelchair just sitting in the middle of the room, facing a wall. No tracks around it or anything, just perfectly placed there." Mari looked uncomfortable. I found something weird too. There's a whole hallway of suites on the 4th floor that look used, like recently used. The beds are made perfectly, and there are modern water bottles on the nightstands. "That's impossible," I said. "This place has been closed for 25 years. "I know what I saw," she insisted. "And there's something else. All the room numbers on that floor are the same. Every door I checked was labeled 313. We decided to check out each other's discoveries. The ballroom was exactly as Zeke described. A vast space with shattered mirrors along one wall, overturned chairs scattered around, and in the dead center, a rusted wheelchair facing a blank wall. No tracks in the dust leading to it. It looked staged, but who would bother? Next, we headed up to Mari's 4th floor. The stairwell was narrow and smelled strongly of that strange perfume. By now it was around 6:30, and the light coming through the broken windows was turning orange. We should have left then. The 4th floor hallway was exactly as Mari described, clean, almost pristine compared to the rest of the hotel. Every door was labeled 313 in brass numbers that looked recently polished. We tried one door, and inside was a perfectly made bed with crisp white sheets. On the nightstand sat a modern plastic water bottle that couldn't have been there more than a few days. "Someone's been staying here," Zeke whispered. "Or something wants us to think that," Mari replied. That's when we decided to leave, but that's also when things got truly messed up. We couldn't find our way back to the lobby. Every stairwell we took seemed to lead us to another identical floor. Hallways would curve and bring us back to where we started. We'd open a door expecting an exit and find ourselves in a utility room or another guest room. "This doesn't make any sense," I remember saying after our 3rd failed attempt to get down to the 1st floor. We came up this same stairwell. By 7:30, panic was setting in. The sun was setting, and the already dark corridors were becoming pitch black. Our phone flashlights seemed dimmer than they should have been, and none of us had reception. "Let's stick together and methodically try every possible route," Zeke suggested, trying to stay calm. "This building can't be that complicated." But it was, or it had somehow become complicated. Doors that we had passed through would disappear when we turned around. Stairwells would go up when we were trying to go down. We found closets filled with identical shoes, all pointing toward walls like they were placed by someone with a sick sense of humor. Around 8:15, I saw something that I still can't explain. We were passing a cracked mirror in what seemed to be a service hallway when I glimpsed a reflection that wasn't ours. A pale, unnaturally tall face with a stretched grin, the same expression as the blurry man in that staff photo. When I spun around, there was nothing there. I didn't tell Zeke or Mari. I thought I was just scaring myself. By 9, Mari was in tears. We had been walking for hours, and the hotel seemed to be expanding around us. That's when she screamed, a sound I'll never forget. She had opened what looked like a utility closet and found it packed with porcelain dolls, dozens of them, all with their eyes gouged out. The worst part, as we hurried past, I swear I saw some of them twitch. "We need to find somewhere safe to wait until morning," Zeke finally said around 9:30. "This place is messing with our heads." We ended up in what appeared to be the hotel kitchen. It seemed safer somehow. Concrete floors instead of carpet, stainless steel counters, no mirrors. We barricaded the doors with old refrigerators and huddled together in the center of the room. None of us slept. Throughout the night, we heard distant doors closing in pairs, like footsteps moving around the hotel. Sometimes the sound would get closer, then fade away again. Around 3 in the morning, Mari pointed out something on one of the rusted refrigerators we'd used as a barricade. Scratched into the metal were the words, "Don't forget, you're already here," repeated over and over in increasingly frantic handwriting. The night seemed to last forever. We talked about everything, our families, our regrets, whether anyone would even look for us here if we disappeared. At some point, Mari admitted she kept seeing a tall figure standing in the doorways we passed, but it would vanish when she tried to point it out. Zeke confessed that on the 3rd floor, he had found a room filled with thousands of Polaroid photos of sleeping guests. When the first light of dawn finally came through a small window, we felt a sense of relief that's hard to explain. Somehow the hotel seemed different in the daylight, smaller, more navigable. We cautiously left our kitchen sanctuary and within minutes found a plastic curtain hanging in a hallway we had passed through countless times the night before. Behind it was a service exit that led directly outside. The exit was maybe 15 feet from where we had spent the entire night. There was no maze, no twists and turns, just a straight shot out. We ran to the car without looking back. None of us spoke for the first hour of driving. What could we say? How could a building change like that? How could we get so hopelessly lost in a space that in daylight seemed completely straightforward? It's been 5 months, and I still can't explain what happened. Mari refuses to talk about it at all. Zeke threw himself into researching the hotel's history, but found nothing unusual beyond the standard financial troubles that led to its closure. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I see that grinning face behind me. Sometimes I wake up convinced I'm back in that kitchen, listening to paired doors closing like footsteps. And sometimes, in my bathroom mirror, I catch a glimpse of something tall standing behind me, something with an unnaturally wide smile that disappears when I turn around. I don't know if the hotel itself somehow shifted while we were inside, or if we crossed into something else entirely. But I know what we experienced was real, and I know I'm never going back to Oak Ridge again. Akus. Story 12:40. I still don't sleep well, even though it's been 7 months since it happened. My husband thinks I should talk to someone about it, but who would believe me? Even writing this now, my hands are shaking. I guess I'm hoping someone here has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not crazy. We moved to Oakdale Heights 3 years ago when Mike got promoted. It seemed perfect for our big family, 7 kids ranging from 4 to 17, plus me and Mike. The house was older but spacious, with enough bedrooms that the kids only had to double up in a few rooms. It wasn't fancy, but it was ours, and we were happy. Until that day in January. It started like any normal Saturday. Mike was making pancakes downstairs while I was helping our youngest, Emma, pick out clothes for the day. Her room was at the end of the upstairs hallway, right across from the bathroom. As I turned to leave, something caught my eye above her doorframe. At first, I thought someone had spilled red paint. There were these massive smears across the top of the doorframe, like someone had wiped their hands there. But as I got closer, I realized with growing horror that it wasn't paint. It was blood. A lot of it. The smell hit me then. That unmistakable metallic, coppery smell that you never forget once you've smelled it. My stomach lurched, and I immediately checked Emma for injuries, running my hands over her little arms and checking her nose and head for any cuts. "Emma, did you hurt yourself, sweetie?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady while my heart hammered in my chest. She looked confused and shook her head. "No, Mommy." I called for Mike, trying not to sound panicked with the kids around. When he came upstairs and saw it, his face went pale. "Kids, family meeting in the living room." "Now," he said. Once we had all 7 kids seated downstairs, Mike and I tried to approach this calmly. Maybe there was a simple explanation. Maybe one of the older ones was playing a prank, though I couldn't imagine any of them doing something so disturbing. "Listen up," Mike said, his voice firm but controlled. "There's blood on Emma's doorframe, a lot of it. Someone in this house knows how it got there, and we need to know right now." I watched each of their faces carefully. Jamie, our 17-year-old, looked genuinely surprised. The twins, Lily and Lucas, 14, exchanged confused glances. 12-year-old Max looked worried, while 10-year-old Noah fidgeted but seemed genuinely bewildered. 7-year-old Sophie just looked scared, and Emma was playing with her stuffed rabbit, barely paying attention. "Is anyone hurt?" I asked. "Did someone get a bad nosebleed and not tell us? You won't be in trouble, we just need to know." They all denied it. We checked each child thoroughly. Hands, arms, faces, clothing. Not a trace of blood on anyone. We even checked under fingernails and inspected all their shoes. Nothing. "Show us exactly where it is," Jamie suggested. We all went upstairs, and I noticed something I hadn't before. The blood wasn't just smeared. It looked like handprints, large ones, and they were at least 7 feet up from the floor at the very top of the doorframe. Mike is 6'1", and even he had to stretch to touch the top of the frame. I'm 5'6", and I couldn't reach it at all without standing on something. "How did anyone even reach up there?" I whispered to Mike. He shook his head, looking increasingly disturbed. "I don't know." "Maybe someone stood on a chair," Lucas suggested. We got the tallest stool from the kitchen, and Mike had each of the older kids try to reach the spot where the blood was. Even Jamie, our tallest at 5'9", could barely graze the area with her fingertips while standing on the stool. The younger ones couldn't come close. "This doesn't make any sense," Mike muttered, running his hand through his hair. "Let's check all the bedrooms. Maybe someone cut themselves during the night and didn't realize it." We split up and searched the entire house. We checked all the bed sheets, pillowcases, bathroom towels, clothing, anything that might have blood on it. We looked under beds and in closets. We even checked the garbage cans. Nothing, not a single drop of blood anywhere else in the house. By this point, I was really freaking out, though I was trying not to show it in front of the kids. The amount of blood on the doorframe wasn't just from a small cut or nosebleed. It was substantial, like someone had sliced their palm open and deliberately wiped it there. "Could someone have broken in?" Jamie asked, voicing what I'd been afraid to suggest. Mike immediately checked all the doors and windows. Everything was locked from the inside, just as we'd left it the night before. The alarm system had been armed all night and showed no entries or exits. "Maybe it's been there a while and we just didn't notice," Lily suggested, but that was impossible. "I'd cleaned all the door frames just 3 days ago while dusting. There's no way I would have missed something so obvious, and the blood looked fresh, still slightly tacky in places, not completely dried. Let's clean it up," Mike said finally. "I'll get the bleach." As he headed downstairs, I heard Emma say something that made my skin crawl. The tall man put it there. I turned to her slowly. "What tall man, Emma?" She pointed up at the door frame. "The one who watches me sleep. He's really, really tall and has long arms." The other kids looked at her with wide eyes. Emma had an active imagination, but this wasn't the time for made-up stories. "Emma, this is serious," I said, kneeling down to her level. "Did you see someone in your room last night?" She nodded like it was the most normal thing in the world. "He comes a lot. He stands in the corner and watches. Sometimes he touches the ceiling." A chill ran through me. Emma's bedroom had 8-foot ceilings. "Why didn't you tell us before?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She shrugged. "He told me not to." Mike returned with the cleaning supplies and saw my face. "What's wrong?" Before I could answer, Max jumped in. "Emma says a tall man comes in her room at night." Mike glanced at Emma, then at me, clearly trying to decide how seriously to take this. "Emma, honey, did you have a bad dream?" "No, Daddy. He's real. He has a weird smell." "What kind of smell?" I asked, my mouth going dry. "Like the time we found that dead raccoon in the backyard." The smell of decay. I felt sick. Mike pulled me aside while the older kids started asking Emma more questions. "It's probably just her imagination," he whispered. "She saw the blood and made up a story to explain it." "But how do you explain the blood, Mike? Someone put it there, and it wasn't one of us." He didn't have an answer. We spent the next hour cleaning the door frame. The blood had seeped into the wood, and even with bleach, we couldn't get it all out. There was so much of it, too much. "We should call the police," I said finally. Mike hesitated. "And tell them what? That there's blood in our house but no one's hurt, that our 4-year-old says a tall man visits her room. They'll think we're crazy, or worse, they'll think one of us did something to someone." He had a point, but I couldn't just let this go. "Then what do we do?" "Let's set up the old baby monitors in Emma's room tonight, and I'll sleep in the hallway outside her door." That night was the longest of my life. We put Emma in our room with us, and Mike set up a makeshift bed in the hallway with a baseball bat beside him. I barely slept, listening to every creak and settling noise in that old house. Nothing happened that night, or the next. After a week of no sleep and constant vigilance, we started to relax slightly. Maybe it had been a one-time thing, though we still had no explanation for the blood. Then, 2 weeks after the incident, I was putting away laundry in Jamie's room when I noticed something under her bed. It was one of those prank blood capsules that actors use, the kind you can bite down on to make it look like you're bleeding. There were several of them, and one was empty. My first reaction was relief, followed quickly by anger. I confronted Jamie immediately, holding up the capsules. "Did you do this? Did you put fake blood on Emma's doorframe to scare us?" Jamie looked genuinely confused. "What? No, those are from Halloween last year. We were doing that zombie makeup tutorial, remember? I forgot I had those." "Then why is one empty?" "I don't know. Maybe the twins used it. Ask them." I did ask them. And Max, and Noah. None of them admitted to using the blood capsules for a prank, and even if they had, there was still the issue of how anyone could have reached the top of that doorframe. We tried an experiment. We had Jamie stand on Mike's shoulders to see if she could reach the spot. She could, but barely, and the logistics of doing that silently in the middle of the night without waking anyone seemed impossible. Not to mention that Mike and I are light sleepers, and our bedroom was right next to Emma's. The blood capsules gave us a potential explanation for the blood itself, but not for how it got there, and they didn't explain Emma's story about the tall man. A few days later, Emma casually mentioned at breakfast that the tall man was back last night. My blood ran cold. "Did he do anything?" She nodded, mouth full of cereal. He put his fingers in his mouth and then touched my window. I practically ran upstairs to check her window. There, on the outside of the glass, were what looked like bloody fingerprints about 7 feet up from the ground. We live on the 2nd floor. Mike called a security company that day. They installed cameras in every room and motion sensors throughout the house. We got new locks for all the doors and windows. Mike even nailed Emma's window shut, despite it being a fire hazard. For several weeks, nothing happened. The cameras caught nothing unusual. Emma stopped mentioning the tall man. We started sleeping again. Then, a month after the first incident, all 7 motion detectors in our house went off simultaneously at 3:15 in the morning. The security company called us, and Mike and I frantically checked all the camera feeds on his phone. Nothing. Not a single camera showed anything out of place. No doors or windows had been breached, but something had triggered every motion sensor in the house at exactly the same moment. When we checked on the kids, they were all sound asleep in their beds. Everything seemed normal, until I went into Emma's room. There, on her ceiling, was a single, large handprint in what looked like blood. It was directly above her bed, in the center of the ceiling, at least 8 feet off the ground. We moved out the next day, left almost everything behind. We're staying with my parents while looking for a new house in a different town. The police investigated but found nothing conclusive. They tested the blood and said it was human, but it didn't match anyone in our family. They had no explanation for how it got there or who it belonged to. The hardest part is not knowing. Was it some elaborate prank that one of the kids still won't own up to? Was someone somehow breaking into our house? Or was it something else? Emma doesn't talk about the tall man anymore. Sometimes I think that's worse, like she's keeping secrets from us now. Last week, I caught her standing on her bed at my parents' house, reaching up toward the ceiling and whispering. When I asked what she was doing, she just smiled and said, "Nothing, Mommy. I don't think I'll ever feel safe in my own home again." Story 13. I'm still not sure how to explain what happened to me 3 weeks ago. I've barely slept since then, and I'm writing this partly to see if anyone else has experienced something similar, but mostly because I need to get it out of my head before I completely lose my mind. I was driving from Austin to Phoenix for my cousin's wedding. Nothing fancy, just a long, boring drive I've done a couple times before. Usually I'd fly, but flights were crazy expensive, and I figured I could use the alone time to clear my head after my breakup with Melissa. I left Austin around 6 in the morning, figuring I'd make it to Phoenix by nightfall if I only stopped for gas and quick bathroom breaks. The first part of the drive was fine, monotonous Texas highways giving way to New Mexico's emptiness. I had my playlist going, stopped for gas in Las Cruces, and grabbed some snacks to keep me going. Around 8 at night, I started getting really tired. The kind where your eyelids feel like they're made of concrete and you catch yourself nodding off. I'd been driving for 14 hours straight at that point. According to my GPS, there was supposed to be a rest stop coming up in about 20 miles, so I decided I'd pull over there, maybe take a 30-minute power nap in my car before finishing the last few hours to Phoenix. But the rest stop never came. I kept driving, thinking maybe I'd missed it somehow, but after another 40 minutes of nothing but darkness and desert, I realized something was off. My GPS signal was getting spotty, then it went out completely. Great. I wasn't too worried at first. I figured I was still on the right highway, and I'd eventually hit a town or at least a gas station. But the road started narrowing, and before I knew it, I was on what looked like a 2-lane state highway. I don't remember taking an exit, but somehow I'd ended up on what a small green sign called Route 6. I'd never heard of Route 6 in New Mexico, but I was so tired I thought maybe I'd just spaced out and taken a wrong turn somewhere. The road was empty, not another car in sight, which seemed weird even for the middle of the desert at night. Just pitch black on both sides, with my headlights cutting through the darkness and illuminating nothing but cracked asphalt and the occasional dead shrub. After driving on Route 6 for what felt like forever but was probably only about 20 minutes, I started to get genuinely concerned. My gas was getting low, I had no cell service, and I was exhausted. That's when I saw it, a flickering neon sign in the distance. As I got closer, I could make out the word cafe in faded red letters, with a smaller sign underneath that said GAS. I can't tell you the relief I felt. I pulled into the gravel parking lot, my tires crunching over the rocks. The place looked ancient, like something straight out of the 50s that had been abandoned and then reopened without any renovations. The building was a small, single-story structure with peeling white paint. There were 2 gas pumps out front that looked like museum pieces, all rusted metal and faded numbers. Despite how run down it was, the lights were on inside, and I could see movement through the windows. I was just happy to find civilization. I figured I'd get some coffee, ask for directions back to the main highway, and be on my way. I remember hesitating for a second before getting out of my car. Something felt off. The air was completely still, no wind at all, which seemed strange for the desert, and it was quiet, unnaturally quiet. No insects, no distant traffic sounds, nothing but the faint buzzing of the neon sign. But I was desperate for caffeine and directions, so I ignored the weird feeling in my gut and went inside. A bell jingled when I opened the door. The interior was exactly what you'd expect from the outside. Worn red vinyl booths, a counter with metal stools, and faded photos of the surrounding landscape on the walls. The place was empty, except for a woman behind the counter. She looked about 60, with gray hair pulled back in a tight bun and pale, almost grayish skin. Her eyes were what really got to me. They were sunken and dark, like she hadn't slept in years. "Coffee?" she asked before I could even say anything. Her voice was raspy, like she'd been smoking for decades. "Yeah, thanks," I said, taking a seat at the counter. "And if you could point me back to the main highway, that would be great. I think I took a wrong turn somewhere." She didn't respond, just turned around and poured coffee into a chipped white mug. When she placed it in front of me, I noticed her hands were ice cold when they briefly touched mine. The coffee looked normal enough, but it smelled weird, sort of metallic, like pennies or blood. I took a sip anyway because I was desperate to stay awake, and it tasted bitter and wrong, but I couldn't place exactly how. "Where am I exactly?" I tried again. "I'm trying to get to Phoenix." She just stared at me for a moment with those hollow eyes. "You're on Route 6, she finally said, like that explained everything. "Right, but how do I get back to the interstate?" "You don't," she said flatly. "Not tonight." I started feeling really uneasy. The woman kept staring at me, hardly blinking. The coffee was making my stomach hurt, but I felt like I needed to be polite. "Is there a bathroom I could use?" I asked, mostly wanting a moment away from her unnerving gaze. She nodded toward a door at the back of the cafe. I got up, glad for the excuse to walk away, and headed for the bathroom. The bathroom was as old as the rest of the place, cracked tiles, a flickering fluorescent light, and a sink that dripped steadily. I splashed some water on my face, trying to wake myself up and shake off the weird feeling that had settled over me since I'd pulled into this place. That's when I noticed the mirror. At first glance, it looked normal, just an old, slightly spotted mirror above the sink. But as I was drying my face, I realized something was very wrong with my reflection. Behind me, where there should have been just the bathroom wall, there was what looked like a window that definitely wasn't there in the actual bathroom. Through this window in the mirror, I could see outside into darkness, but not complete darkness. There were shapes moving out there, shifting and swaying like people walking around, but they weren't quite right. Their proportions were off, too tall and thin, moving in jerky, unnatural ways. I spun around, but there was just the solid bathroom wall behind me. When I looked back at the mirror, the window was still there, and now the shapes were closer, pressing against it like they were trying to get in. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I splashed more water on my face, convinced I was hallucinating from exhaustion. But when I looked up again, the window in the mirror had gotten larger, and I could now make out what looked like faces pressed against it. Distorted, stretched faces with two wide mouths and empty eye sockets. And then I heard it. A man's voice, low and gravelly, coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. "Turn around," it said. I gripped the edges of the sink, knuckles white, refusing to turn around again. I kept my eyes locked on my own reflection, trying to ignore the window and the shapes and the faces. "Turn around," the voice repeated, louder this time. "No," I whispered, my voice shaking. The lights flickered, and in that brief moment of darkness, I felt something cold brush against the back of my neck. When the lights came back on, there was a dark figure standing behind me in the mirror, just over my shoulder. It was tall and thin, like a shadow-given form, with no distinguishable features except for two pinpricks of light where eyes should be. I didn't think, I just ran. I burst out of the bathroom expecting to see the cafe, the woman, anything normal, but the cafe had changed. The lights were dimmer now, casting long shadows across the floor. The booths were empty, but there were coffee cups and plates on the tables, like people had just been there and vanished moments before I entered. The woman was gone from behind the counter, and the walls, they were covered in hundreds of tally marks, like someone had been counting days or victims. I bolted for the door, not looking back. I half expected something to grab me before I could get out, but nothing did. I made it to my car, fumbling with my keys, hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. As I was backing out of the parking lot, I looked back at the cafe one last time, and it wasn't there. Where the building had stood moments before, there was nothing but empty desert. The neon sign, the gas pumps, the entire structure, gone. Just flat, empty land like nothing had ever been there at all. I hit the gas hard, speeding back the way I'd come, desperate to get back to the main highway and far away from whatever the hell I'd just experienced. But after driving for about 10 minutes, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The same flickering neon CAFE sign in the distance. That's when I realized I was going in circles. No matter which direction I drove, I ended up back at the same spot. I turned around, tried different forks in the road, even drove off-road for a while, but I always ended up approaching that same damn cafe. Except now it was there. Now it wasn't. Like it was flickering in and out of existence. On my third loop, I noticed something else. My gas gauge wasn't moving. It had been nearly empty when I first found the cafe, but it wasn't getting any lower despite all my driving. I don't know how many times I drove that loop. 5, 10. The sky never changed. It remained that same pitch black. No hint of dawn approaching. My phone was dead, my GPS wasn't working, and I was completely alone on a road that shouldn't exist. Eventually, I just stopped the car in the middle of the road and screamed. I screamed until my throat was raw, pounding on the steering wheel, begging for this nightmare to end. That's when my car died. The engine just cut out, and all the lights went with it. In the sudden silence, I heard footsteps on the asphalt approaching my car from behind. I sat there frozen, watching my rearview mirror, waiting for whatever was coming to appear. The footsteps got closer and closer, and then they stopped, right by my driver's side door. I don't remember what happened next. I woke up on the side of the interstate, my car parked neatly on the shoulder. It was morning, according to my phone, which was now working and fully charged. It was 9 a.m., the day after I'd left Austin. My gas tank was full. I drove straight to the nearest town and went to a police station. They listened to my story politely, then informed me there is no Route 6 in that part of New Mexico. Never has been. They suggested I might have fallen asleep at the wheel and dreamed the whole thing. But I know what I saw, what I experienced. And the strangest part? When I finally got to Phoenix and was unpacking my bag, I found a chipped white coffee mug, the exact one from the cafe, wrapped in my t-shirt, and on the bottom, scratched into the ceramic, were 2 words. Turn around. I haven't gone back to check if Route 6 exists. I don't think I ever will. But sometimes when I'm driving at night, I catch myself checking the rearview mirror more often than necessary. And sometimes, just sometimes, I think I see those 2 pinpricks of light in the darkness behind me. Story 14. I've been at this job for just over a month now, and I honestly don't know how much longer I can take it. I need to get this off my chest because I'm seriously freaking out, and nobody I've told believes me. They all think I'm exaggerating or just trying to get attention. But I swear on everything that matters to me, what I'm about to share actually happened. So I started working at this small marketing company in Raventon about 4 weeks ago. It's one of those old brick buildings downtown that used to be something else. I think it was a bank back in the 1920s or something. The company only has about 12 employees total, and we're spread across 2 floors of this ancient building. I was pretty excited about the job at first. The pay is decent, the work isn't too demanding, and my boss Theo seemed like a chill guy. The first week was totally normal, just your standard new job stuff. Figuring out where everything is, learning everyone's names, getting the hang of the filing system, that sort of thing. But toward the end of that first week, I started noticing things, little things at first, just shadows moving in the corners of my vision. You know when you think you see something move, but when you turn to look, there's nothing there. That kind of stuff. I didn't think much of it initially. Our office has these old windows that let in weird patterns of light, especially in the late afternoon when the sun hits them just right. I figured it was just light reflecting off something or my eyes playing tricks on me. I've always considered myself pretty rational about this kind of stuff. Not a hardcore skeptic, but definitely someone who looks for logical explanations before jumping to ghost. But then last Tuesday, I was staying late to finish some work. Most people had already left for the day, and I was just wrapping up, putting some files away in the cabinet near the door. And that's when I saw it. Not from the corner of my eye this time, but straight on. There was someone, or something, standing in the doorway. I could make out the silhouette of a person, just standing there, watching me. I literally froze, files still in my hand, and stared at it for what felt like forever, but was probably only a couple seconds. Then I blinked, and it was gone. I'm not too proud to admit I practically ran out of there. I didn't even shut down my computer properly, just grabbed my stuff and bolted. The whole drive home, I kept trying to convince myself it was just my imagination, or maybe a shadow from someone walking past in the hallway, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. The next morning I got to work early, trying to play it cool. Theo was already there looking confused as he stood in the middle of our main office area. When I asked what was wrong, he gestured at the chairs around our conference table. They'd all been moved, not just slightly, but arranged in a perfect circle facing the center of the room. "Did you do this yesterday before you left?" he asked me. I told him no, and he frowned. Must have been the cleaning crew, I guess. Weird thing to do, though. Except when I mentioned it to our office manager later. She told me the cleaning staff weren't scheduled until Thursday, 2 days away. That whole day, I kept feeling like someone was watching me. I'd look up from my computer and catch a glimpse of something moving just beyond my desk, but when I'd turn to look properly, there was nothing there. I started to notice other things too. Pens and pencils would roll off my desk for no reason. My coffee would be ice cold after I'd just poured it 5 minutes earlier. Little things that could be explained away individually, but together, it started to add up to something I didn't want to think about. But the worst incident happened just yesterday. Me, Theo, and Madison, one of my co-workers, had gone out to lunch together. It was freezing outside, typical Raventon winter, with snow piled up on the sidewalks and that bitter wind that cuts right through you. We'd been gone maybe an hour, and when we came back to the office, we immediately noticed something was off. It was cold inside, like weirdly cold. And there were papers everywhere, all over the floor, stuck to the walls, even a few hanging from the ceiling lights. It looked like someone had set off a paper bomb in the middle of the room. The three of us just stood there in the doorway, staring. "What the hell?" Madison whispered, and I couldn't help but notice how her breath fogged in the air, inside the building. Theo immediately went to check the windows, thinking maybe one had been left open, but they were all securely shut. The heating was on full blast too, according to the thermostat. There was absolutely no reason why it should be that cold in there, especially not enough to see our breath. We spent the next hour cleaning up the mess, pages from reports, printouts, sticky notes, all scattered like confetti around the office. Some of them were from files I knew for a fact had been securely stored in cabinets before we left. The whole time we were cleaning, I kept feeling this presence. Like we were being watched by something that was getting a kick out of our confusion. Madison left early, claiming she had a doctor's appointment, but I could tell she was spooked. Theo tried to play it off like it was just a weird draft or something, but I could see he was rattled too. After we finished cleaning, I went back to my desk to try to get some work done. Theo was in his office on a call, and the rest of the office was quiet. That's when it happened. I was sorting through emails when I felt it, a distinct tap on my shoulder. 2 taps, actually, like someone trying to get my attention. I spun around in my chair so fast I nearly fell out of it, but there was nobody there, just the empty space behind my desk, backed up against a solid wall. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might explode. I sat there frozen for what felt like forever before slowly turning back to my computer. I tried to tell myself I'd imagined it, but I knew I hadn't. Someone, or something, had touched me. I must have looked as freaked out as I felt, because when Theo came out of his office a little while later, he immediately asked if I was okay. I hesitated for a second, then decided to just ask him outright if there was something off about the office building. He didn't answer right away, which told me everything I needed to know. Finally, he sighed and sat down in the chair next to my desk. "Look," he said, keeping his voice low. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to freak out the new guy, but yeah, weird stuff happens here sometimes. He went on to tell me that the previous person who had my position had quit after only 2 months. They'd claimed they couldn't handle working in the building anymore, said they felt constantly watched, that things would move around on their own, that they'd hear voices when they were alone. I felt a chill run down my spine as he described exactly what I'd been experiencing. "But here's the thing," Theo continued. "Whatever it is, I don't think it's malicious, you know? In the 3 years I've been here, nothing has ever tried to hurt anyone. It's more like it's just playing around, testing boundaries." That didn't make me feel a whole lot better, to be honest, but at least I knew I wasn't going crazy. The final straw came yesterday evening. Theo had to leave early because his wife is pregnant and had a doctor's appointment, which left me to close up the office. Everyone else had already gone home, and I was alone in the building, or at least alone in terms of living people. I finished up what I was working on, shut down my computer, and started going around turning off lights and making sure everything was locked up. The building has this creepy quality when it's empty. All those old wooden floors that creak with every step, the way sound seems to echo off the high ceilings, the shadows that gather in the corners where the overhead lights don't quite reach. I was heading down the main staircase, keys in hand, ready to lock the front door and get the hell out of there, when I heard it. Footsteps. Not just any footsteps, but the sound of someone running, fast and hard, down the stairs behind me. Except there was no one there. I was on the stairs alone, and I'd just turned off all the lights upstairs, confirming no one was left in the building. The footsteps were getting closer, pounding down the stairs, and I swear I could feel the vibration through the handrail. I don't even remember going down the rest of the stairs. 1 second I was frozen in terror, and the next I was sprinting across the lobby, fumbling with the keys at the front door, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the lock. I finally managed to get the door open, practically fell outside, then slammed it shut behind me and locked it, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I stood there on the front steps for a minute, staring at the darkened windows of the building, half expecting to see a face staring back at me. But there was nothing. The drive home was a blur. I kept checking my rearview mirror, convinced something had followed me out of that building. I didn't sleep at all last night, just sat up with all the lights on, jumping at every little sound. I have to go back to work today. I need this job. The bills don't pay themselves. But every time I think about walking back into that building, my stomach ties itself in knots. The rational part of my brain keeps trying to come up with explanations for everything that's happened. Maybe the building has weird acoustics. Maybe there are drafts that cause papers to fly around and make it feel colder than it is. Maybe I'm just stressed about the new job and my mind is playing tricks on me. But I know what I felt when those fingers tapped my shoulder. I know what I heard on those stairs. And the worst part, I think Theo might be right. Whatever is in that building doesn't seem to want to hurt us. It's almost like it's curious or playful in a twisted way. And somehow that's even more terrifying because it means it's aware. It knows we're there and it's watching us, interacting with us for reasons I can't begin to understand. I don't know what to do. I can't just quit. Not in this economy, not with my rent due in 2 weeks, but I also don't know how much longer I can pretend everything is normal while working in a place where I'm never truly alone. I guess for now, I'll just keep my head down, try not to stay late, and hope that whatever is sharing that office with us continues to find us more interesting as observers than as participants in whatever game it's playing. Story 15. I've been driving semis for 22 years now, long haul mainly. I've seen pretty much everything the road can throw at you. Blizzards in Wyoming, flash floods in Arizona, and those fog banks in the Appalachians that swallow everything whole. I've encountered my fair share of odd folks at truck stops and had plenty of close calls with sleepy drivers crossing the center line. But what happened to me last October on Route 281 in Kansas, I still can't explain it. I'd picked up a load of grain in Nebraska and was headed to Oklahoma City. Nothing special about the job, just another run I'd done dozens of times before. It was around 11 at night when I crossed into Kansas. The sky was clear, stars everywhere, hardly any traffic, just me and my rig the way I've always liked it. I was making good time, but my thermos was empty and I needed coffee to keep me alert for the next stretch. That part of Kansas is pretty desolate, nothing but dark fields stretching out on either side of the highway. So when I spotted the lights of a gas station up ahead, I decided to pull in. The place was called Last Chance Gas, which should have been my first warning. It was one of those old-school spots, not part of any chain, just a rundown building with two ancient pumps out front. A flickering neon sign buzzed overhead, and the whole place had this weird yellowish lighting that made everything look sickly. I parked my rig at the side of the lot and noticed another semi parked in the shadows at the far end. It was an old Peterbilt, must have been from the 80s, with faded red paint and rust creeping up the sides. No lights on in the cab, looked like it had been sitting there for weeks, maybe months. Inside the station, there was just one employee, an old guy with thinning gray hair who barely looked up from his crossword puzzle when I walked in. I filled my thermos with coffee that smelled like it had been sitting on the burner since morning, paid, and headed back to my truck. As I was walking across the lot, something made me glance over at that abandoned rig again. That's when I noticed its driver's side door was hanging open about 6 inches. I swear it had been closed when I pulled in. I'm absolutely certain of it. I stood there for a moment, coffee in hand, staring at that door. There was no wind that night, not even a breeze. No one had walked past it. It just opened on its own. I felt the hairs on my neck stand up, but I told myself I was being stupid. Probably just hadn't latched properly and finally gave way. Still, I couldn't shake this feeling of being watched. I hurried back to my truck, locked the doors, and got back on the highway. About 20 minutes later, my CB radio crackled to life. I keep it on channel 19, the standard trucker channel, but I hadn't heard anyone else on it for hours. The voice that came through was rough, like someone who'd smoked 3 packs a day for 50 years. "Where you headed, driver?" it asked. I hesitated before answering. There was something off about the voice, a weird echo to it, like they were talking from inside a metal drum. "Oklahoma City," I finally replied. "You northbound or southbound?" The radio crackled with static for a few seconds before the voice returned. "Doesn't matter which way you're going when the road never ends," it said. "You're not alone out here, driver." I felt my skin crawl. Truckers can be an odd bunch sometimes, but this was different. I decided not to respond and turned the volume down a bit, but not all the way off. About 10 miles later, I noticed headlights behind me, coming up fast. Then they slowed and maintained distance, staying about 100 yards back. I couldn't make out the vehicle in my mirrors with the headlights blinding me. The road was empty otherwise, just me and whoever was behind me. After a few more miles, I spotted taillights up ahead. As I got closer, I realized it was another semi, an old one, with faded red paint. My heart started pounding. It was impossible. There's no way that abandoned truck from the gas station could be in front of me now. I hadn't passed anyone on the road, and no one had passed me. I sped up, wanting to get a better look. As I got closer, I could see the rust along the trailer, the outdated model. It was definitely the same truck from the gas station. But how? I'd been on this straight highway the whole time. There were no on-ramps, no other roads it could have used to get ahead of me. I pulled into the left lane to pass it. As I came alongside the cab, I looked over, expecting to see some driver who would explain everything. Maybe the truck at the station was just similar to this one. The cab was empty, completely empty. The steering wheel was turning by itself, making slight adjustments to keep the truck in its lane, but there was nobody there. I nearly crashed right then. My hands jerked on the wheel and I swerved a little before regaining control. I hit the gas hard, wanting to get past this thing as quickly as possible. As I was about to pull ahead, I glanced over one more time. That's when I saw it, a shadow in the passenger seat. Not a person, but something darker than the night around it. It turned toward me, and though I couldn't see a face, I knew it was looking right at me. I floored it. My speedometer climbed past 75, 80, 85. I kept checking my mirrors, watching the red truck fall behind. For a few minutes I thought I'd gotten away, then my engine started to sputter. No, 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 I muttered, watching my gauges. Everything looked normal, but my truck was losing power. It was like something was draining the energy right out of it. The speedometer dropped, 70, 60, 50. I pulled onto the shoulder as the engine died completely. I tried the starter, but nothing happened, not even a click. It was as if all the electrical systems had been wiped clean. That's when I saw them in my side mirror, headlights pulling up behind me. The truck stopped about 50 feet back. Those same faded red colors, that same rusty body, the phantom truck from the gas station. My CB radio crackled again, louder this time, even though I'd turned it down. "You're mine now, driver," the voice said, clearer than before. "This road doesn't end for you." I tried calling for help on the radio, but there was only static. My cell phone showed no service. I was alone on that dark stretch of highway with whatever that thing was. The headlights behind me switched off, but I could still make out the silhouette of the truck in the moonlight. I sat there for what felt like hours, though my watch only showed 20 minutes passing. I kept trying the ignition. Nothing. I was trapped. That's when I noticed the dome light of the truck behind me switch on. In the faint glow, I could see the driver's door opening slowly. Something was getting out, but all I could see was a dark shape, taller and thinner than any person should be. I didn't wait to see more. I grabbed my flashlight, threw open my door, and ran. I didn't look back, didn't stop to grab anything else, just ran along the shoulder of the highway as fast as I could. I don't know how far I ran, maybe a mile, maybe two, before I saw lights up ahead. It was a small diner, set back from the road, but with a bright neon "Open 24 hours" sign that looked like salvation to me. I burst through the door, sweating and gasping for breath. There were only 3 people inside, a waitress and 2 customers at the counter. They all turned to stare at me like I was crazy. "My truck," I managed to say between breaths, "broke down. Something's out there." The waitress, an older woman with dyed red hair, led me to a booth and brought me water. I must have looked like hell. I told them my truck had died and that I needed to call for help. I didn't mention the phantom truck or the shadow getting out of it. They already thought I was nuts. One of the customers, a local farmer from what I gathered, offered to drive me back to my rig with his flashes on so we could see if it would start. I didn't want to go back there, but I couldn't just abandon a $100,000 rig and my cargo. When we got back to where I'd left it, my truck was sitting there alone, no sign of the red truck. The farmer pulled up behind me, headlights illuminating my rig. I hesitated before getting out, scanning the darkness around us. "Go on and try it," the farmer said, standing by his pickup. "I'll keep my lights on you." I climbed into my cab, half expecting to find something waiting for me, but it was empty. I turned the key, and to my shock, the engine started right up. All systems normal, like nothing had ever happened. I thanked the farmer, told him I'd be fine now. He seemed skeptical, but headed back toward the diner. I sat in my idling truck for a few minutes, waiting for something to happen. When nothing did, I cautiously pulled back onto the highway and drove to the nearest truck stop, about 30 miles away. I couldn't bring myself to sleep that night. I just sat in the brightly lit restaurant drinking coffee until morning. The next day, I delivered my load in Oklahoma City and had the truck thoroughly checked out by mechanics. They found nothing wrong with it. Nothing at all. I've avoided Route 281 ever since. I'll take detours, adding hundreds of miles to my trips just to stay off that road. I requested shorter routes for a while, and my dispatcher was understanding enough not to ask too many questions. The worst part is, sometimes when I'm driving alone at night, my CB will suddenly crackle with static, and through the noise, I'll hear that same raspy voice calling my name, just my name, nothing else. When that happens, I pull into the nearest truck stop and wait for daylight. I don't know what was on that road in Kansas. I don't know if it was some kind of ghost or something worse. But I know it's still out there, driving that faded red Peterbilt, and somehow I know it's still looking for me. I've been a trucker my whole adult life. The road has been my home. But now, every time I climb into my cab, I can't help wondering if this is the day I'll look in my mirror and see those rusty red taillights coming up behind me again. Story 16. I never thought I'd be sharing this. Even typing this makes my skin crawl. But I need to tell someone what happened because I still can't make sense of it, and maybe writing it down will help me process everything. 6 months ago, I bought my first house in a quiet suburb just outside Portland. Nothing fancy, a modest 3-bedroom with a small yard that needed work, but it was mine. After years of apartment living, I was excited about having my own space, meeting neighbors, the whole suburban dream package. The house next door looked similar to mine, well kept with trimmed hedges. I assumed whoever lived there was probably just as normal as I hoped to be. During the first week after moving in, I saw them, David and Claire, as they introduced themselves when I was unloading boxes from my car. They were middle-aged, maybe early 50s. David was tall and thin with gray-streaked dark hair, always wearing button-up shirts even on weekends. Claire was shorter with this tight brown bun that never seemed to have a hair out of place. They seemed nice enough in that brief interaction, but something felt off. They didn't smile when they spoke. Their faces stayed completely neutral, and their eyes, I can't explain it properly, but they seemed to look at me like I was an object being assessed rather than a person. "We hope you'll be comfortable here," David had said, his tone flat despite the welcoming words. Then they just turned and walked back to their house in perfect unison. I chalked it up to them being socially awkward and went back to unpacking. That first night at exactly 10:30, I noticed something weird. I was sitting in my living room setting up my TV when the lights dimmed slightly, just for a second. Then they came back to normal, figured it was just an electrical hiccup. But then it happened again the next night, and the next, always at 10:30 on the dot. After the 5th night, I decided to check my circuit breaker during the flicker. The breaker box was in the basement. I headed down with my flashlight right at 10:29, waiting. When 10:30 hit and the lights dimmed, I opened the box, expecting to see something obvious. Nothing seemed wrong, but as I shined my light around, I noticed something through the small basement window. Across the narrow space between our houses, I could see directly into David and Claire's basement. Their lights had dimmed at exactly the same time as mine. Coincidence, maybe? As I was about to head back upstairs, movement caught my eye. I looked up toward their house and saw David standing at his bedroom window, staring directly at me. He wasn't moving, just standing there in the dark, watching. I raised my hand to wave, feeling awkward, but he didn't respond, just kept staring. I quickly turned away and hurried upstairs, telling myself I was being paranoid. That's when the noises started. At first, it was just a faint buzzing, like electrical interference. I'd hear it most clearly when I was in my bedroom or bathroom, the rooms that shared a wall with their house. Then came the clicking sounds, mechanical, precise clicks that sometimes continued for hours. I convinced myself it was just pipes or the house settling. About 3 weeks after moving in, I woke up at 3 in the morning to a distinct tapping sound coming from inside the wall next to my bed. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. It was too rhythmic to be random house noises. I pressed my ear against the wall and froze when I heard muffled voices. Not conversation, more like recorded messages playing at different intervals. One sounded like a woman repeating the same phrase over and over, though I couldn't make out the words. I started avoiding the shared wall, rearranging my furniture so my bed was on the opposite side of the room. During the day, I barely saw David and Claire. They never seemed to leave for work, but their cars would sometimes be gone for a few hours, always returning before dark. They never had visitors, never made noise. The only sign they existed was their silhouettes in various windows, always standing, always watching. The electrical issues got worse. My devices started malfunctioning. My laptop would turn on by itself in the middle of the night. My TV would switch channels randomly, and my phone would lose signal only when I was home. One morning, I woke up to find all the digital clocks in my house reset to 10:30. I decided to talk to them directly. I waited until I saw movement in their front room and walked over, rehearsing casual conversation starters in my head. Claire answered the door, looking disheveled, completely different from her usual perfect appearance. Her hair was half falling from its bun, and she had dark circles under her eyes, like she hadn't slept in days. "Hi, sorry to bother you," I said, forcing a smile. "I've been having some electrical issues and wondered if you're experiencing anything similar." The lights seemed to dim at the same time each night. Her face twitched slightly. "No electrical problems here," she said flatly. "Perhaps you should have your wiring checked." As she spoke, I glanced past her into their living room. The furniture was minimal, just a couch and a coffee table, but behind that was something that made my blood run cold. A large metal box with blinking lights and wires snaking across the floor, disappearing into the wall, our shared wall. "What's that?" I asked before I could stop myself. Claire's eyes narrowed. "Nothing that concerns you." She started closing the door. "Good day." I went straight to my phone and called an electrician who came the next morning. He found something disturbing. Someone had tampered with my electrical system. A section of wall in my utility room had been cut open and patched over with drywall that didn't quite match the rest. When he removed it, we discovered a hidden conduit running directly toward the neighboring house. "This wasn't done by any professional," the electrician said, frowning. "Whoever did this knew enough to be dangerous. They've spliced into your main line. I need to call the power company about this." While waiting for the power company representative, I became obsessed with the wall between our houses. I started knocking on different sections, listening for hollow spots. In my bathroom, behind the mirror, the wall sounded different. Using a screwdriver, I pried off the mirror and found the drywall behind it had been cut and replaced. My hands shaking, I used the screwdriver to break through the patch. Inside was a small cavity containing a bundle of wires connected to a tiny camera lens pointing directly into my bathroom. I felt physically sick. Someone had been watching me in my most private moments. I followed the wires with my fingers and found they ran straight toward David and Claire's house. The violation hit me like a physical blow. I'd been watched, monitored, invaded from the moment I moved in. I grabbed a hammer from my toolbox and, without thinking, smashed the camera to pieces. Then I started breaking through more sections of the wall, finding two more cameras, one pointed at my living room couch, another at my bed. Rage replaced my fear. I stormed out of my house and pounded on their door. No answer. I tried the handle. Unlocked. The door swung open to reveal an empty house, completely empty. No furniture, no metal box, no sign anyone had lived there at all. The rooms were bare down to the baseboards. In the room corresponding to my bedroom, I found small holes drilled through the shared wall where the cameras had been placed. I called the police immediately. When they arrived, they treated me like I was either paranoid or pulling a prank. According to their records, the house next door had been abandoned for over a year following a foreclosure. There were no utilities connected to it. No one named David or Claire had ever been registered as living there. But I saw them. I insisted. I spoke to them. Their cars were here. The officers exchanged that look, the one that says they think you're crazy. They took my statement anyway and promised to look into it, but I could tell they didn't believe me. I couldn't stay in that house another night. I packed essential items and checked into a hotel. The next day, I contacted a security company to sweep my house for additional devices. They found 6 more cameras and what they described as signal transmitters throughout my home. Some had been installed inside the walls, meaning whoever placed them had access to my house before I moved in. I put the house on the market immediately, taking a financial hit just to get out. I moved across town to an apartment with security and cameras in the hallways. I thought I'd be safe, but sometimes, late at night, I still hear that faint mechanical hum in the walls. My new laptop occasionally wakes from sleep mode on its own. And twice now, I've looked out my window at exactly 10:30 to see a car parked across the street, a car that looks exactly like David's. The worst part? Last week, a new neighbor moved in across the hall. When they introduced themselves, they mentioned they'd just relocated from outside Portland. Their previous house had electrical issues, they said. The lights would dim every night at exactly 10:30. I still don't know who David and Claire really were or why they were watching me. I've gone through every possible explanation: government surveillance, some twisted research project, predatory stalkers. Nothing makes sense. All I know is that I never feel completely alone anymore. There's always this sensation of being observed, assessed, monitored. Sometimes I catch myself staring at my walls, wondering what might be behind them, wondering who might be listening right now. Story 17. I still can't bring myself to open my curtains when it's foggy out. It's been 3 weeks since that night, and I'm staying at my sister's place because I can't face going back to my house. My dog won't stop whimpering, and I jump at every little sound. I need to tell someone what happened because I'm terrified it might come back. I live, or lived, I guess, in a small town called Millbrook. It's one of those places where everyone knows everyone, surrounded by farmland and woods, about 40 minutes from the nearest city. My house is at the edge of town, backing up to a field that stretches toward the forest. I moved there 5 years ago after my divorce, thinking the quiet would be good for me. My dog, Shadow, a 13-year-old black lab, has been my only companion since then. That night started like any other. It was October 12th, and we'd been having this weird weather pattern, unusually warm days, followed by cold nights that created these thick blankets of fog. I remember checking the weather on my phone around 6 in the evening and seeing the temperature was dropping fast. I had just finished dinner and was washing dishes when my phone buzzed. It was my sister Kayla. "Did you hear what happened to Linda Mercer?" Her text read. I hadn't. Linda lived about half a mile from me, on the other side of town. She was in her 50s, kept to herself mostly. "They found her dead in her house this morning," Kayla continued. "Doors locked from inside. No signs of break-in. Police are baffled." I felt this immediate chill. We don't get deaths like that around here. Heart attacks, cancer, car accidents, those make sense. Not mysterious locked room scenarios. "How did she die?" I texted back. That's the creepy part. They're not saying. But Mary from the pharmacy said the officer who found her looked like he'd seen a ghost. I put my phone down and walked to the window. The fog had rolled in thick while I was texting, and I couldn't see more than 10 feet past my porch. My yard light cast this eerie glow that seemed to just get swallowed up by the whiteness. Shadow was curled up on his bed in the corner, but his ears perked up as I stared out the window. That's when I first heard it, a light tapping at my front door, 3 gentle knocks, evenly spaced. I froze. I wasn't expecting anyone, and in a small town like ours, people don't just drop by after dark without calling first. I thought maybe it was the wind knocking a branch against the door, but there was barely a breeze. Shadow got up and walked to the door, which was unusual. He normally barks at unexpected visitors, but he just stood there, head tilted. 3 more knocks, a little louder this time. "Who is it?" I called out, not moving from my spot in the kitchen. No answer. I walked slowly to the door, Shadow right at my heels. Through the small window at the top of the door, I could see nothing but fog. My porch light was on, but it only illuminated a small circle of swirling mist. 3 more knocks. Deliberate, like someone using their knuckles. I hesitated, then turned the deadbolt and opened the door just a few inches, keeping the chain on. The fog seemed to part slightly, and I saw a figure standing there. Tall, taller than anyone I knew, wearing what looked like a wide-brimmed hat. The fog swirled around them, making it impossible to see any details except for that distinct silhouette. "Can I help you?" I asked. my voice sounding small, even to my own ears. The figure didn't move closer, but I heard a voice that made my skin crawl. It wasn't quite right, like someone trying to imitate human speech without knowing how it should sound. Too smooth in some places, too rough in others. "I'm looking for someone," it said. "Someone who looks like you." My hand tightened on the doorknob. "I don't understand. Who are you looking for?" The figure tilted its head slightly. "She's not here yet, but she will be when the fog lifts." I started to close the door. "I think you have the wrong house." "No," it said, and I swear I could feel the temperature drop another 10 degrees. "This is the right place. You'll see her soon." Before I could respond, the figure stepped backward into the fog and seemed to dissolve into it. 1 second it was there, the next, nothing but swirling white mist. I slammed the door shut, locked it, and backed away. Shadow was whining now, pressing himself against my legs. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get my phone out of my pocket to call Kayla. She picked up on the second ring. "Leah, what's wrong?" I told her about the figure at my door, trying to keep my voice steady but failing miserably. "Oh my God," she whispered when I finished. "You need to listen to me carefully. Mary told me something else today. She said 3 other people reported seeing someone in a hat in the fog last night. All of them described the same thing. Tall figure, wide-brimmed hat, strange voice." My mouth went dry. "What else did they say?" There was a pause. "Linda saw it the night before she died. The other 2 who reported it, Mr. Peterson from the hardware store and that new teacher at the elementary school, they both said it told them they were next." I sank down onto my couch, suddenly feeling like my legs couldn't support me. "What does that mean?" "I don't know, but I'm coming over. Don't open the door for anyone else." "No," I said quickly. "Don't drive in this fog. It's dangerous." What I didn't say was that I was terrified of her encountering whatever I'd just seen. We argued for a few minutes before she reluctantly agreed to stay home, but only if I promised to keep my phone on and check in every half hour. After I hung up, I went through the house, checking every window and door, making sure they were locked. I pulled all the curtains closed and turned on every light in the house. Shadow followed me from room to room, staying unusually close. For the next couple of hours, I tried to distract myself by watching TV, but I couldn't focus on anything. I kept texting Kayla every half hour as promised, and she kept telling me to call the police, but what would I say? That a creepy figure in the fog said something cryptic to me. They'd think I was crazy. Around 11 o'clock, I decided to try to get some sleep. I knew it was probably pointless, but I was exhausted from the adrenaline. I changed into pajamas and was just about to head to my bedroom when Shadow suddenly stood up, hackles raised, staring at the living room window. The curtains were drawn, but he was focused on them like he could see through the fabric. A low growl started in his throat, the first time he'd made a sound since the knocking. That's when I heard it again, the tapping, but not at the front door this time. Tap, tap, tap. On the living room window, Shadow's growl got louder, but he didn't move toward the window. Instead, he backed up until he was pressed against my legs. Tap, tap, tap. Slightly harder now. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice breaking. No answer, just more tapping. I stood frozen, staring at the curtains, afraid to look, but even more afraid not to know what was out there. I took a step forward, then another, Shadow reluctantly moving with me. With a shaking hand, I reached for the edge of the curtain. Tap, 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 louder, more insistent. I pulled the curtain back just an inch and peered out. The fog pressed against the glass like it was a living thing, swirling and churning. At first, I didn't see anything else. Then, slowly, a shape formed in the mist. The figure in the hat was standing right outside my window, so close that if the glass hadn't been there, we could have touched. But now I could see more details, and I wish to God I couldn't. The hat shadowed most of its face, but where eyes should have been, there were just dark, hollow sockets. Its skin, if you could call it that, looked like old parchment stretched too tight over bone. and its hand, pressed against my window, had impossibly long fingers that tapered to points, more like claws than human digits. I stumbled backward, letting the curtain fall. Shadow was barking now, a frantic, terrified sound I'd never heard from him before. "Go away!" I shouted, hoping my voice carried through the glass. The tapping stopped for a moment. Then, impossibly, I heard its voice, as clear as if it were standing right next to me. "She's here," it whispered, the sound seeming to come from inside my own head. "She's come for you." At that exact moment, every light in my house went out. In the sudden darkness, I couldn't see anything, but I could hear Shadow's panicked barking and feel him pressing against me. I fumbled for my phone in my pocket, turned on the flashlight, and pointed it at the window. The curtain was moving, not like it was being pushed from outside, but like something was already inside, between the fabric and the glass. I backed away, pulling Shadow with me, and ran for the front door. I didn't care about the fog anymore. I just needed to get out. But when I reached the door and pulled it open, I saw nothing but white, solid, impenetrable white, like the fog had become a wall. I tried to reach through it, but my hand met resistance, like pushing against gelatin. I slammed the door shut and locked it, though I don't know why. Whatever was happening, locks weren't going to stop it. The tapping had followed me, now coming from every window in the house simultaneously. Tap, tap, tap from the living room. Tap, tap, tap from the kitchen. Tap, tap, tap from my bedroom. Shadow was going crazy, running from window to window, barking and growling. I stood in the hallway, paralyzed with fear, my phone's flashlight the only source of light. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Inside the house, coming from the living room, slow and deliberate. The sound of something heavy moving across my wooden floors. Shadow suddenly went quiet. He was staring down the hallway toward the living room, his tail between his legs. My flashlight beam shook as I pointed it in that direction. At first, I saw nothing. Then, a movement in the darkness beyond the reach of my light. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice barely a whisper. The footsteps stopped. For a long, terrible moment, there was absolute silence. Then, from the darkness, I heard a sound like someone inhaling, a long, rattling breath that no human could make. "I told you she would come," said that horrible, wrong voice. "When the fog lifts, you'll see her, but she can already see you." My flashlight flickered, then went out. In the pitch blackness, I felt something cold brush against my cheek, like skeletal fingers tracing my skin. I must have passed out because the next thing I remember is waking up on my hallway floor, Shadow licking my face frantically. Morning light was streaming through the windows, and the fog was gone. I checked every inch of my house but found nothing out of place. No signs of entry, no footprints, nothing to suggest anyone or anything had been there besides Shadow and me. I called Kayla immediately, and she came over. While she was there, we got word that both Mr. Peterson and the teacher had been found dead in their homes that morning, just like Linda Mercer. Locked doors, no signs of forced entry. I'm staying with Kayla now, but I can't shake the feeling that it's not over. The fog is coming back tonight according to the weather report, and sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still hear that voice whispering, "She's here." I don't know what it was that came to my door that night, or what it wanted. All I know is that every time the fog rolls in, I'm terrified I'll hear that tapping again, 3 gentle knocks, evenly spaced. Story 18. I still can't explain what happened that day at my aunt and uncle's house in Brookside. It's been over 3 years, and I've gone through every possible explanation in my head 1,000 times. Nothing makes sense. I'm not the type of person who believes in ghosts or supernatural stuff, but after what I experienced, I honestly don't know anymore. This happened during summer break after my sophomore year of college. I was staying with my aunt, uncle, and 3 cousins for about 2 weeks while my parents were renovating our house. They have this beautiful 2-story home in a quiet neighborhood, the kind with big trees and kids riding bikes. Nothing creepy about it at all. It was built in the 90s, totally normal suburban house. That day started like any other. My aunt and uncle were at work, and my cousins were all home since it was summer vacation. I woke up around 11, had some cereal, and just lazed around for a bit on my phone. Around 1 in the afternoon, I decided to take a shower since I was planning to meet up with some friends later. I should mention that I have this weird habit of talking to myself when I'm alone. Not like having conversations or anything concerning. I just sort of narrate what I'm doing or sometimes pretend I'm a character from a movie or game. It's embarrassing, but I've done it since I was a kid. I only do it when I'm completely alone though, because it's honestly kind of cringe. So I finished my shower around 1:30, wrapped a towel around my waist, and headed to the guest bedroom where I was staying. The bathroom was right across the hall from my room on the second floor. Everyone else was downstairs. I could hear my cousins talking and laughing in the kitchen. They were making lunch together, and I could smell something cooking. I was alone upstairs, so naturally I started my weird self-talk thing. I had been playing this game called Stellar Command that week, so I was pretending to be a spaceship captain. Super childish, I know, but nobody was around to hear me being a dork. I walked into the guest bedroom, still slightly damp from the shower, and it was pretty warm in there. The ceiling fan was off, and it was a hot July day, probably around 90 degrees outside. The room had this tall ceiling fan with a light fixture, one of those that comes with a little remote control that's usually mounted on the wall near the door. Still in my ridiculous captain character, I pointed at the fan and said in a mock authoritative voice, "Computer, fan on," and that's when it happened. The fan clicked, that distinctive mechanical click sound when the remote is pressed, and immediately started spinning at full speed. Not gradual, not slow, full speed, like someone had just pressed the highest setting. I froze completely. The towel almost fell off me because I just stopped moving entirely. My stomach dropped like I was on a roller coaster, and I felt this cold wave wash over me from head to toe. The hair on my arms stood up. Let me be super clear about why this was so terrifying. First, I was alone upstairs. Everyone else was downstairs in the kitchen. I could still hear them talking and laughing. Second, the remote control for the fan was still in its wall mount next to the door. It wasn't in my hand. It was literally still clicked into its holder. Third, and this is important, each ceiling fan in the house had its own specific remote. They weren't universal. The remotes only worked with their assigned fan. I know this because my uncle is super particular about keeping the remotes in the right rooms since they're not interchangeable. I stood there for what felt like forever, just staring at the spinning fan, trying to process what had just happened. It couldn't be a coincidence. The timing was too perfect. The fan turned on the exact second I said, "Fan on," not a second before or after. After the initial shock wore off, I threw on some clothes as fast as I could and ran downstairs to the kitchen. I probably looked like I'd seen a ghost because my cousins immediately stopped talking when I burst in. "Guys," I said, trying to catch my breath, "did any of you just turn on the fan in my room?" They all looked at each other, confused. My oldest cousin, Sam, laughed and said, "No, we've been down here the whole time making lunch." "Did anyone go upstairs in the last couple minutes?" I asked. They all shook their heads. My youngest cousin, Lily, asked if I was okay because apparently I looked really pale. I tried to explain what had happened, but even as I was saying it out loud, I realized how crazy it sounded. I said "fan on" as a joke, and the fan turned on by itself. My cousin Ben suggested that maybe the fan was on a timer or something, but I knew that wasn't possible. These were simple ceiling fans with basic remotes. No smart home features, no timers, nothing fancy. "Come upstairs," I said. "I'll show you." We all went upstairs to the guest room. The fan was still spinning at full speed. I pointed to the remote in its holder on the wall. "Look, the remote is still here. I never touched it." Sam took the remote out of the wall mount and pressed the off button. The fan slowed and stopped. He pressed the on button again and it started spinning. "Maybe it's faulty," he suggested, "like maybe there's a wiring issue." "But the timing," I insisted. It turned on the exact second I said "fan on," like literally responded to my voice. Ben, always the practical one, said, "Let's test it, say it again." So I cleared my throat and said, "Fan on." Nothing happened. Fan off. Nothing. Computer, fan on. Using the same voice I had before. Nothing. We tried a few more times with different phrases, but the fan never responded again. It only worked normally with the remote. My cousins eventually got bored and went back downstairs, clearly thinking I was overreacting, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something truly unexplainable had happened. Over lunch, I tried to come up with rational explanations. Could someone have been playing a prank on me? But how would they know exactly when I would say those words, and where would they have hidden? The room wasn't that big, and I would have seen someone. Could it have been a power surge? But that wouldn't explain the clicking sound, the distinct sound of the remote button being pressed. And why would a power surge affect only that fan at that exact moment? Could it have been a coincidence? Maybe the fan was about to turn on anyway because of some electrical issue, and it just happened to occur at the exact moment I said those words. The odds seemed astronomical. I even considered that maybe one of the other remotes in the house could control that fan too, despite what my uncle had told me. After lunch, I tested every remote in the house on that fan. None of them worked except the one assigned to that room. I also wondered if maybe the neighbors had a similar remote that somehow interfaced with our fan, but the houses were pretty far apart, and what are the chances a neighbor would press their fan button at the exact moment I said those words? When my aunt and uncle got home from work, I told them what happened. My uncle, being technically minded, inspected the fan and the remote but found nothing unusual. My aunt jokingly suggested that maybe the house was haunted, which didn't help my nerves at all. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept staring at the fan, half expecting it to turn on by itself again. I even unplugged the wall-mounted remote holder. It needed batteries to work but was also plugged in, just to be safe. Nothing happened, but I still barely slept. The next day, I did some research on ceiling fans that respond to voice commands. In 2013, when this happened, smart home technology existed, but wasn't nearly as common as it is now, and I know for a fact that my aunt and uncle didn't have any voice-activated devices in their house. They were pretty traditional when it came to technology. They didn't even have a smart TV back then. I also looked into the specific model of fan, thinking maybe it had some hidden voice recognition feature that no one knew about. It didn't. It was a standard Hunter ceiling fan from around 2008 with a basic remote. For the rest of my stay, I was on edge. I kept listening for unexplained noises and watching for other objects moving on their own. Nothing else happened, though. Just that one inexplicable incident with the fan. Even now, years later, I still think about it. I've told the story to a few close friends, and most of them either think I imagined it or that there must be some logical explanation I'm missing, but I know what I experienced. That fan responded to my voice command as if it heard and understood me. The most unsettling part is wondering if something was listening to me. What was it, and why did it choose to reveal itself in such a specific, mundane way? Why not do something more obviously supernatural? Sometimes I wonder if whatever it was trying to communicate, to let me know I wasn't alone. Other times I think maybe it was just playing with me, showing me that there are things in this world we can't explain. I don't talk to myself out loud as much anymore, and whenever I'm in a room with a ceiling fan, I catch myself looking up at it, half expecting it to respond to my thoughts. It never has, not since that day. But the memory of that perfectly timed click and the sudden whirring of blades will stay with me forever. Whatever happened in that house in Brookside, it changed the way I see the world. There are some things science can't explain, some experiences that defy logic, and sometimes those unexplainable moments happen in the most ordinary places, like a suburban guest bedroom on a hot summer afternoon. Story 19. I swear to God, I'll never drive that stretch of New Mexico highway again as long as I live. 23 years on the road as a trucker, and I've seen some strange shit, but nothing like what happened to me last month on Route 46. I'm still having nightmares about it. It was a standard haul, electronics from Chicago to San Diego. Good money, tight schedule. I've done that route dozens of times, but usually I'd take the I-40 through Albuquerque. This time my dispatcher suggested Route 46 to avoid some major construction delays, said it would save me nearly 3 hours. I should have just taken the damn detour. I hit that stretch of road around 2 in the morning. The darkness out there in the desert is something else. Pitch black except for my headlights cutting through it. You city folks don't know what real darkness is until you've been in the middle of nowhere in New Mexico. I was pushing myself probably harder than I should have been. Had a thermos of coffee that was mostly dregs by then, and my eyes were getting heavy. The white lines on the road started to hypnotize me a bit. You know how it gets. My GPS showed a gas station coming up in about 5 miles, and I figured I'd pull over, splash some water on my face, maybe grab another coffee. I wasn't planning to sleep, just needed a quick break to reset. That's when my CB started acting up. At first, it was just static. Loud, harsh static that made me jump. I'd been listening to a podcast on my phone, so the sudden noise startled the hell out of me. I reached over to adjust it, thinking maybe I'd accidentally bumped the volume, when I heard this voice. I can't really describe it right. It was deep, sort of garbled, like someone talking through gravel. Couldn't make out what they were saying, but it didn't sound like normal trucker chatter. "Hello, anybody copy?" I said into the mic, but got nothing back except more of that static. I clicked it off and focused on the road. That's when I saw the lights of the gas station up ahead. Thank Christ, I thought. But as I got closer, maybe half a mile out, the lights just went out. All of them, at once. The whole place went dark. I slowed down as I approached. It was one of those old-school stations with just a couple pumps and a mini-mart. No cars in the lot, no lights inside. Could have been closed, I guess, but it was weird timing. I pulled up anyway and idled for a minute, debating whether to get out and check if anyone was around. Something felt off, though. The darkness seemed, I don't know, deeper around that place, like it was swallowing everything. I decided to push on. The next rest stop was about 50 miles ahead, according to my GPS. I could make it. I pulled back onto the highway, and that's when I saw him. There was a man standing on the side of the road about 100 yards past the gas station, just standing there. Middle of nowhere, 2:30 in the morning. He was tall, really tall, wearing what looked like an old-fashioned coat, long and dark, had a wide-brimmed hat pulled down so I couldn't see his face. No car nearby, no backpack, nothing to explain why someone would be out there. He wasn't thumbing for a ride or waving me down, just standing there, facing the road, like he was waiting for something. I slowed down instinctively, years of road courtesy kicking in, but as my truck got closer, something in my gut told me not to stop. Not for this guy. As I passed him, I glanced in my side mirror to get another look. He was gone. Just gone. The road shoulder was empty. I checked my mirrors frantically, thinking maybe he'd moved or I'd somehow missed him, but there was nothing. No one walking away, no one crossing the road, just empty desert. That's when the really weird shit started. For the next 20 minutes, I drove in what I can only describe as nothing. The road was still there. I was still driving, but everything else seemed to disappear. No scrubby desert plants visible in my headlights, no road signs, no mile markers, not even stars in the sky anymore, just blackness and asphalt. I checked my phone, no signal. My GPS screen was frozen, showing me still back near that gas station, even though I'd been driving steadily at 65. The air in the cab felt heavy, like right before a thunderstorm, but the sky was clear. Then the CB crackled to life again, same static, but this time the voice came through clearer. 2 words, plain as day. Turn back. My blood went cold. I didn't touch the radio, hadn't touched it since I turned it off earlier, but it was on, the red light glowing, that voice hanging in the air. "Who is this?" I demanded, grabbing the mic. "What's your 20? Nothing but static. Then my headlights flickered. Just for a second, but long enough to make my heart skip. If they went out completely, I'd be in absolute darkness. "Come on, baby," I muttered to my rig. patting the dashboard like I could encourage it. "Don't do this to me now." The light steadied, but then, Jesus Christ, there he was again. The man in the hat, standing right in the middle of the road, maybe 50 yards ahead, just appeared out of nowhere. No way I could stop in time at my speed. I yanked the wheel hard to the right, sending my 18-wheeler onto the shoulder. The trailer fishtailed behind me, and I felt the wheels catch in the soft dirt. For a terrifying moment, I thought I was going to jackknife or roll, but somehow I managed to bring it to a stop, angled half off the road. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold the wheel. I sat there for a minute, just breathing, my high beams illuminating empty road. He was gone again. No sign of impact, no sign anyone had been there at all. I was about to put the truck in gear when I noticed something in the beams of my headlights. Footprints. Fresh footprints in the dirt, leading from the center of the road off into the darkness of the desert, like he'd just walked away. I don't know what possessed me, but I grabbed my flashlight from the glove box and climbed down from the cab. The night was dead silent. No wind, no insects, no distant traffic. Nothing. Just my own breathing and the ticking of my engine cooling. I walked around to the front of my truck, shining the light on the road. The footprints were definitely there, too big to be normal, and spaced too far apart, like whoever left them had an unnaturally long stride. That's when I heard it. A soft tapping sound. Coming from my truck. I swung around, pointing my flashlight, and nearly pissed myself. There was someone at my passenger window. The man in the hat was standing right there, one hand pressed against the glass. His face was still mostly hidden by the brim, but I could see his mouth, stretched into this awful, too wide smile. His fingers were wrong, too long, too thin, pressed flat against my window like pale spiders, and his mouth moved, saying something I couldn't hear. I didn't think. I ran back to the driver's side, scrambled up into the cab, and locked the doors. He was still there on the passenger side, that horrible smile visible under the hat. His lips moved again, and somehow I heard him clearly, like he was sitting right next to me. "You can't leave." I jammed the truck into gear and floored it, not caring about the trailer or the soft shoulder or anything except getting away. The tires spun, caught, and then I was back on the road, pushing that rig faster than I ever should have. I didn't look in my mirrors. I didn't want to know if he was following somehow. I drove like that for what felt like hours, though my clock only showed 20 minutes passing. Gradually, things started to return to normal. The static on the CB faded. The dashboard lights stopped flickering. My GPS unfroze and started showing my actual location again. Eventually, I saw a road sign, first one in what seemed like forever, showing a rest area 5 miles ahead. I pulled in and parked, but I didn't sleep. Couldn't. Just sat there with all the lights on in my cab until the sun came up. There were a few other trucks there, and when morning came, I went into the little cafe area, found an old-timer having breakfast, had to talk to someone about what happened. I didn't tell him everything. Would have sounded completely insane. Just asked casually if he knew anything weird about Route 46. The look he gave me made my skin crawl all over again. He leaned in close, voice low. "They call it the Dead Mile," he said. "That stretch near the old Sanderson station. Some drivers say time gets funny there. Some say they see things. Couple drivers disappeared on that route over the years. Never found them. The ones who come back, they're never quite right after." I asked him about the man in the hat. He just shook his head, wouldn't say more, just warned me never to take that route again, especially not at night. I made my delivery in San Diego 2 days later, told my dispatcher I wouldn't be taking Route 46 anymore, period. Made up some bullshit about the road conditions being bad for my suspension. It's been 4 weeks now and I still wake up in cold sweats, still check my mirrors more than I need to, still feel like something's following me, waiting for me to make a mistake. Sometimes when I'm driving at night, my CB will pick up static for no reason, and I'll nearly drive off the road trying to shut it off before any voice can come through. I don't know what that thing was, or what would have happened if I'd stopped for it. Don't want to know. But I swear on my life it was real, and sometimes when I'm half asleep in my cab at some truck stop, I could swear I hear tapping on my window. Tap, 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 like long fingers asking to be let in. Story 20. I still can't sleep with my bedroom window open, not even a crack. 23 years later, and I still triple-check the locks before bed. My girlfriend thinks I'm just being paranoid, but she doesn't know what I saw that summer evening when I was 7, some things you can't unsee. We lived in this old apartment complex in the suburbs back then. The buildings faced each other with just this narrow concrete area between them, maybe 30 feet separating us from the building across. My bedroom window looked directly into another kid's room. Her name was Amy. She was about 4 or 5, with these pigtails her mom would tie with different colored ribbons every day. My mom was always warning me about open windows. Windows are dangerous, she'd say. Don't lean out. Don't sit too close. There are things that lurk near windows at night, waiting to push little children out. As a kid, I believed her. I thought some kind of ghost or monster would grab me if I got too close after dark. I remember that day like it was yesterday. It was late June, really hot. We didn't have air conditioning, so everyone had their windows open, trying to catch any breeze. I was sitting on my bed reading some comic book, occasionally glancing across at Amy's window. She was sitting on her windowsill, legs dangling inside her room, looking down the street. I knew she was waiting for her dad. She did this every day around 5. Her dad worked construction and always came home at the same time, wearing his yellow hard hat. The sun was starting to set, casting this weird orange glow across everything. I remember how the shadows in her room looked deeper than usual. That's when I noticed something off. At first, I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks. The light was hitting the room weird, and shadows do strange things at sunset. But then I saw it more clearly. A dark shape moving behind Amy. Not like a normal shadow cast by furniture or toys. This moved independently, like someone was in there with her. I squinted, leaning forward on my bed to get a better look. It was tall and shaped like a man, but completely black, like a silhouette. It didn't have features I could make out, just this human-shaped darkness, and it was getting closer to Amy. I remember my heart starting to race. I wanted to yell out to her, but my voice wouldn't work. My throat just closed up. I was frozen, watching as this thing moved right behind her. She didn't seem to notice it. She just kept swinging her legs, looking down the street for her dad. The shadow man raised what looked like arms, positioning them right behind her back. I blinked hard, thinking maybe I was seeing things, but when I opened my eyes, it was still there. Then it happened so fast. 1 second Amy was sitting there, and the next she was falling. I saw her little body tip forward, arms flailing as she disappeared from view. The shadow seemed to pull back into the darkness of her room. I heard a scream, then a sickening thud. I couldn't move. I just sat there, staring at the now empty window. Then I heard more screaming from below. A woman's voice, Amy's mom. I finally snapped out of it and ran to get my own mom, who was in the kitchen making dinner. Amy fell out the window. I was crying, pulling on my mom's arm. Everything after that is a blur of activity. My mom running outside, sirens, an ambulance, neighbors gathering in the concrete area between buildings. I remember looking down from our window and seeing Amy on the ground, her mom cradling her head, both of them covered in blood. They took Amy to the hospital. She survived, thank God, but her leg was broken in 3 places. Her face was all scraped up from hitting the concrete. She had to get stitches above her eye and lost 2 baby teeth. I overheard my mom talking on the phone, saying Amy was lucky she only fell from the 2nd floor. The official story was that Amy had been leaning too far out, watching for her dad, and lost her balance. Nobody questioned it. Kids fall. It happens. A tragic accident. But I knew what I saw. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept my light on and stayed as far from my window as possible. I pushed my dresser in front of it, even though my mom got mad and made me move it back the next morning. "What's gotten into you?" she asked. I told her about the shadow man, about how it pushed Amy. She got this weird look on her face. Not disbelief like I expected, but something else. Fear, maybe. Then she composed herself and told me I was just in shock from seeing Amy fall. "Shadows don't push people," she said firmly. "You're confused about what you saw." But she closed our windows that night, and the next, even though it was sweltering. A week later, Amy came home from the hospital. She had a pink cast on her leg and a bandage above her eye. Her family moved out the following month. I never spoke to her about what happened. I wish I had. I tried to convince myself my mom was right, that I imagined the shadow because I was traumatized from seeing a kid fall. But I know what I saw, and sometimes when I think back on it, I remember other details, like how the air felt charged right before it happened, like before a thunderstorm, how the sounds from outside seemed to dim, as if someone had turned down the volume on the world, how cold it suddenly got in my room, even though it was a hot summer day. For years afterward, I had nightmares about that shadow figure. In my dreams, it would be in my room, standing in the corner, watching me. Sometimes it would move toward my window, and I'd wake up screaming, convinced it was going to push me out too. My parents eventually chalked it up to an overactive imagination. As I got older, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just Amy's dad coming home early, and I misinterpreted what I saw. Maybe it was a coat hanging on a door. Maybe it was nothing at all. But deep down, I know better. When I was 12, we moved to a different town. My new bedroom was on the 3rd floor. My parents couldn't understand why I insisted on having my bed against the wall furthest from the window, or why I always kept the curtains closed. They thought I'd outgrow my window phobia. I never did. In college, my roommate used to complain because I'd freak out if he left our dorm window open at night. I made up excuses. Allergies, noise from outside, whatever, because I couldn't bring myself to tell him the truth. How do you tell someone you're afraid of shadow people without sounding crazy? About a year ago, I was scrolling through social media when a name caught my eye. Amy Prescott. It was her, had to be. Same age, same hometown. She'd posted about renovating her childhood home, moving back after all these years. There was a photo of her standing in front of the building where we used to live. My hands were shaking as I typed a message. I introduced myself, mentioned we were neighbors as kids. I asked if she remembered me or the accident. She responded a few hours later. "OMG, yes, the boy across the way. I definitely remember you." Not much about the fall, though. I was so young. My mom says I was always climbing on things I shouldn't have been. Ended up with a metal plate in my leg. Still sets off airport security, lol. I stared at her message for a long time, wondering if I should tell her what I saw. In the end, I couldn't do it. What good would it do now? Would she even believe me? We exchanged a few more messages, catching up on our lives. Then she sent something that made my blood run cold. Weirdest thing, my 4-year-old niece is staying with me this week, and she keeps talking about the dark man in my spare bedroom. Says he stands by the window at night. Kids and their imaginations, right? Reminds me of the stories my mom used to tell to keep me away from the windows when I was little. I didn't know how to respond. I wanted to warn her, but what could I say? Don't let your niece near the windows because 20 years ago I saw a shadow push you out one. I ended up sending some non-committal response and haven't messaged her since, but I think about her niece all the time, about that shadow, about whether it's still there, waiting. Since then, I've done some research. Turns out there are stories all over the internet about shadow people. Most accounts describe them as dark, human-shaped figures that move around homes, usually glimpsed in peripheral vision. Some people think they're interdimensional beings. Others say they're manifestations of negative energy. Some believe they're something much worse, entities that feed on fear or pain. Whatever that thing was, it was real, and sometimes, especially on hot summer evenings when the shadows grow long, I can't shake the feeling that it's still out there, that it's watching, waiting by someone's window. I know how this sounds. I know most people would say I was just a kid with an overactive imagination who witnessed something traumatic and created a supernatural explanation to process it. Maybe that's true, but I also know what I saw, so I keep my windows locked. I keep my curtains closed, and I never, ever sit with my back to a window after dark, because once you've seen the man at the window, you never forget him, and sometimes I swear I can feel him watching even now. Story 21. I never believed in the paranormal. I was always the skeptic in my friend group, the one who'd roll my eyes when someone started talking about ghosts or spirits or whatever, but that was before I moved to Ravenmoor 6 months ago. Now I don't know what to believe anymore. I bought this house because it was a steal, an old Victorian on the edge of town, surrounded by pine trees, with this constant fog that rolls in from the nearby lake. Everyone told me it was atmospheric. What they didn't tell me was that I wouldn't be living here alone. It started about 3 weeks after I moved in. Little things at first. The feeling of being watched when I was alone, cold spots in rooms that shouldn't be cold, the usual stuff you dismiss as an old house settling or your imagination playing tricks on you. I ignored it all, rationalized it away. The house is old. The heating is uneven. My mind is just adjusting to living alone in a new place. Then I saw the first one. I was up late working on my laptop in the living room. It was around 2 in the morning, and I'd turned off most of the lights except for a small lamp beside me. I got up to grab some water from the kitchen, and as I was walking back, I saw it standing in the corner of the room. It was about my height, maybe a bit shorter, and impossibly thin, like someone who'd been starved for months. The shape was definitely humanoid, but there was something wrong about it. It took me a few seconds to realize what was bothering me so much. Where its hands should have been, there were just stumps, like whoever had designed this thing had simply forgotten to finish it. I froze completely. My water glass slipped from my hand and shattered on the hardwood floor, but I couldn't take my eyes off this thing. It wasn't moving at all, just standing there, watching me. I could feel it watching me, even though I couldn't make out any eyes in the featureless shadow of its face. "Hello?" I said, my voice barely above a whisper. It didn't respond, didn't move, just stood there. I blinked, and it was still there. This wasn't my imagination. This wasn't a trick of the light. This thing was real, and it was in my house. After what felt like forever but was probably only about 10 seconds, I managed to turn my head away. When I looked back, it was gone, vanished, like it had never been there at all. I spent the rest of that night with every light in the house turned on, convinced I was losing my mind. I even called my doctor the next day and scheduled an appointment, thinking maybe I was having some kind of hallucination. The doctor found nothing wrong with me. No signs of any neurological issues, no evidence of carbon monoxide in my house when I had it checked. Everything was normal, but what happened wasn't normal, and it didn't stop. Over the next few weeks, I kept seeing it, always in the dark, always just standing there. Sometimes in the corner of my bedroom as I was trying to fall asleep, sometimes at the end of the hallway when I got up to use the bathroom in the middle of the night, sometimes in my peripheral vision as I was watching TV or reading a book. I started to call it the thin one in my head. Not very creative, I know, but it helped me feel like I had some control over the situation. Like if I could name it, maybe it wasn't as terrifying. But the thin one wasn't alone. I met the second entity about a month after the first sighting. I'd been trying to follow a normal sleep schedule, forcing myself to turn off the lights at midnight, even though I knew what might be waiting for me in the darkness. That night I woke up around 3 in the morning with this overwhelming sense of dread. You know that feeling when you're certain someone is in your room with you? It was like that, but 100 times worse. I opened my eyes and saw it standing at the foot of my bed. This one was different, taller, much taller. It had to be at least 7 feet, maybe more, and it wore what looked like a wide-brimmed hat, but the worst part was its body. It looked like it was wearing some kind of full-body suit made of pure darkness. Like a gimp suit, as crazy as that sounds. There were no features, no face, just this tall, imposing figure draped in absolute blackness. The air felt heavy, like it was hard to breathe. The temperature in the room dropped so much I could see my breath, and the feeling that came with this entity, it wasn't just fear, it was this crushing despair, like all the happiness had been sucked out of the world. I couldn't move, I couldn't scream. I just lay there staring at this thing as it stood motionless at the foot of my bed. After what felt like hours, I managed to reach over and turn on my bedside lamp. As soon as the light flooded the room, it was gone. I named this one the Tall One. Original, I know. Since then, they've both been regular visitors. They never appear together, always separately and always in darkness. The Thin One is disturbing, but almost passive in its presence. The Tall One brings with it an atmosphere of pure dread that's hard to describe to someone who hasn't felt it. Neither of them has ever tried to communicate with me. They don't make sounds, they don't touch anything, they don't move around, they just watch. That's all they do. They watch me. I've tried everything to make them go away. I've had the house blessed by 3 different religious figures, a Catholic priest, a Protestant minister, and even a local woman who practices some kind of folk magic. I've burned sage, hung protective symbols, set up cameras and motion detectors. Nothing works. The cameras never catch anything, even when I can see the entities with my own eyes. The motion detectors never go off. It's like they exist in some kind of different reality that overlaps with mine, but doesn't fully interact with it. Last night was the worst encounter yet. I'd fallen asleep on the couch watching TV, and I woke up around 1 in the morning to find the screen showing nothing but static. The room was dark except for the flickering light from the TV, and I could see the Thin One standing by my bookshelf. As usual, it was completely still, just watching me with that featureless face. I've gotten somewhat used to the Thin One by now, as used as you can get to a shadow person living in your house. So I just stared back at it, waiting for it to disappear like it always does. But this time, something different happened. I blinked, and when I opened my eyes, it had moved. Not a lot, just a few feet to the left, but it had definitely changed position without me seeing it move. I blinked again, and it was now standing beside the TV. Another blink, and it was at the entrance to the hallway. My heart was pounding so hard, I could feel it in my throat. This wasn't how it behaved. It never moved. Not like this. I grabbed my phone to use as a flashlight, but before I could turn it on, I felt that familiar sensation of heaviness in the air, the crushing despair that always accompanies the Tall One. But that was impossible. They never appeared together. I looked up, and there it was, standing in the corner of the room opposite from where the Thin One had just been. The Tall One with its hat and its darkness suit, looming over everything. And then I realized the Thin One was gone. For the first time since these visitations started, I found myself speaking directly to one of them. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice shaking. "Why are you here? What are you?" The Tall One didn't respond. It never does. But the air got even heavier, and I swear the darkness around it seemed to pulse slightly, like it was breathing. I turned on my phone's flashlight and aimed it directly at the entity. Usually this would make it disappear immediately, but this time it remained for several seconds, its form seeming to waver and distort in the light before finally fading away. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat on the couch with every light in the house turned on, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. This morning, I found something that chilled me to my core. On the coffee table, where nothing had been the night before, was a small, crude drawing. It looked like it had been done by a child, just simple stick figures. But there were 3 of them, 2 tall ones on either side, and a smaller one in the middle. The smaller one had been colored in with black marker. I don't know what it means. I don't know if the Thin One or the Tall One left it, or if there's something else in this house that I haven't seen yet. But I know one thing for certain. They're watching me. They're always watching me. And I don't think they're going to stop. I'm writing this from a hotel room 20 miles from Ravenmoor. I don't know if I'll ever go back to that house. I don't know if moving away would even help. What if they follow me? What if they're not attached to the house but to me? Has anyone else experienced anything like this? These shadow watchers that just observe. I need to know I'm not losing my mind. I need to know I'm not alone in this. Because right now, as I sit in this brightly lit hotel room, I can feel the air getting heavier. And out of the corner of my eye, I swear I can see something unnaturally thin standing in the bathroom doorway, watching me, always watching. Story 22. I still can't believe I'm writing this down. Part of me hopes that putting it all on paper will help me make sense of what happened, but I doubt anything will ever make this feel normal. I've read other accounts on here of strange experiences in old houses, but nothing comes close to what I went through at Maxwell House. I'm an architect by trade. I've always had a thing for old buildings, the craftsmanship, the history, the stories embedded in their walls. So when I found Maxwell House listed for a ridiculously low price, I thought I'd hit the jackpot. It was a Victorian mansion on the outskirts of Ashton Hollow, about an hour's drive from the city where I worked. The realtor was suspiciously eager to close the deal, barely letting me finish my questions before shoving papers in my face. "The place needs work," she said, not meeting my eyes. Previous owners couldn't handle the renovation costs. What she didn't mention were the rumors. I learned about those later from the cashier at the local hardware store who went pale when I mentioned my new address. "Maxwell House," she whispered, hand frozen over the register. "You're living there?" She told me people in town avoided driving past it at night. Something about voices, shadows moving in the windows when the place was supposed to be empty. I laughed it off. Small towns always have their ghost stories, right? I moved in on a Tuesday. The drive up the overgrown driveway should have been my first warning. The trees seemed to lean inward, creating a tunnel that felt like it was swallowing me. The house itself was magnificent, even in its decay. 3 stories of Victorian grandeur with intricate woodwork, a wraparound porch, and those gorgeous bay windows that architects drool over. That first night, I crashed on a sleeping bag in what would become my bedroom, surrounded by boxes and renovation plans. I'd been so busy hauling stuff inside that I hadn't noticed how quickly darkness fell. The electricity was working, barely, but most of the fixtures were either broken or missing bulbs. I had a camping lantern next to me as I scrolled through my phone, making notes about restoration priorities. It started so faintly, I thought it was the wind. A soft, hushed sound, like someone exhaling. I muted my phone and listened. Nothing. Then it came again. A whisper so quiet I strained to hear it. It seemed to come from inside the wall behind me. Old houses settle, I told myself. The pipes were ancient, the wood expanding and contracting, perfectly normal explanations. But it happened again and again. By midnight, I was sitting upright in my sleeping bag, staring at the peeling wallpaper, trying to convince myself I was imagining things. The whispers weren't random house noises anymore. They had a rhythm, like hushed conversations just below the threshold of comprehension. I grabbed my lantern and got up. The floorboards creaked under my feet as I moved toward the wall, pressing my ear against it. The whispers stopped immediately. I pulled back, heart pounding, feeling ridiculous. This was exhaustion and an overactive imagination, nothing more. But as I turned to go back to my sleeping bag, they started again, louder this time and seemingly from the hallway. I stepped out, holding my lantern high. The long corridor stretched in both directions, the wallpaper peeling in strips like dead skin. The whispers were clearer now, coming from the room at the far end. I'd explored the entire house earlier that day, including that room. It was empty except for a broken rocking chair and water-stained curtains. But now something pulled me toward it, a compulsion I couldn't explain. My hand shook as I reached for the tarnished doorknob. The room was exactly as I'd left it. Empty, dusty, cold. The whispering stopped the moment I crossed the threshold. I stood there, lantern raised, feeling foolish and yet terrified at the same time. The shadows seemed deeper in the corners, almost solid. "Hello?" My voice sounded small and pathetic. Nothing answered, but as I turned to leave, I swear I felt breath on the back of my neck, cold and stale, like air from a tomb. I ran back to my room, zipped myself into my sleeping bag, and didn't sleep until dawn broke through the grimy windows. I should have left then. I should have called the realtor, demanded an explanation, or just walked away. But daylight made everything seem ridiculous. The house was beautiful in the morning sun, full of potential. I'd sunk most of my savings into this place. I wasn't going to be scared off by creaky pipes and an active imagination. I spent the day measuring rooms and making detailed renovation plans. The work kept my mind occupied, and I almost managed to forget about the whispers until I was in the basement checking the foundation and heard my name. Evelyn ... It was so clear, so distinct, not a creak or a groan of settling wood. My name, whispered right behind me. I spun around, dropping my tape measure. The basement was empty, shadows gathering in the corners where my flashlight didn't reach. Is someone there? My voice echoed off the stone walls. Evelyn ... More whispers joined the first, overlapping like people talking over each other. Help us. Find us. I ran upstairs, slamming the basement door behind me. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely lock it. This wasn't my imagination. This wasn't the house settling. That night, I dragged my sleeping bag into the kitchen, the brightest room in the house, with fewer shadows. I'd brought several battery-powered lanterns with me, arranging them in a circle. The whispers followed me. They came from inside the walls, from under the floorboards, from the ceiling above. Dozens of voices now, some louder than others, all calling my name, all begging me to find them. I didn't sleep. How could I? Every time I closed my eyes, the voices grew louder, more insistent. By morning, my nerves were shot. I called in sick to work and drove into town, desperate for human interaction that didn't come from inside my walls. At the local diner, I must have looked as bad as I felt. The waitress brought me coffee without asking and gave me a concerned look. "You all right, honey? You look like you've seen a ghost." I almost laughed. Instead, I found myself asking, "What do you know about Maxwell House?" Her friendly expression hardened. "Why'd you want to know about that place?" "Because I bought it." She sat down across from me, coffee pot still in hand. "Listen, I don't know what realtor sold you that house, but they should be ashamed. That place has a history." She told me how the original owner, Theodore Maxwell, had been a wealthy man with a dark reputation. Rumors of missing servants, of guests who visited and were never seen again. When he died in the 1920s, the house passed through several owners, none staying longer than a few months. The last family fled in the middle of the night in 1974, leaving all their belongings behind. They said the walls talked to them, the waitress whispered. Said there were people trapped inside, begging to be found. I felt sick. My coffee sat untouched, growing cold. "It's just stories," I said, trying to convince myself. The waitress shrugged. "Maybe so, but that house has been empty for a reason." I went back because I had nowhere else to go. My apartment in the city was rented out, and I'd sunk everything into Maxwell House. As I pulled up the driveway, the setting sun cast long shadows across the facade, making the windows look like watching eyes. The whispers started the moment I stepped inside, louder than before. They were coming from everywhere now, no longer just at night. I put on headphones, blasting music to drown them out as I tried to work on my renovation plans. It didn't help. Somehow the voices cut through everything. "Find us, Evelyn. We're waiting, in the walls." I stopped eating properly. Couldn't sleep for more than minutes at a time before jerking awake to the sound of my name being called. After 3 days, I was a wreck, hallucinating from exhaustion, jumping at every creak and groan of the house. The voices became clearer, more specific. They wanted me to look in the walls. They needed me to find them. Their urgency became my own, a desperate need I couldn't ignore. On the 6th night, I snapped. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed a sledgehammer from my pile of renovation tools and marched to the room at the end of the hall, the one where the whispers had first led me. The voices rose to a fever pitch as I approached, a chorus of desperation. "Here, here, find us here." I swung the sledgehammer into the wall with all my strength. Plaster cracked and crumbled. I hit it again and again. The whispers grew excited, urging me on. Dust filled the air, making me cough, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. Something was driving me, a compulsion beyond my control. The wall gave way, revealing the wooden frame behind it. I kept swinging, breaking through lath and plaster until my arms ached. And then, an opening, a space that shouldn't have existed, a hidden room between the walls. The stench hit me first, old decay, dust, the unmistakable smell of death. My lantern illuminated what the wall had been hiding all these years, and I screamed, bones. Human bones, yellowed with age, piled against the back wall. Dozens of skeletons, some still with scraps of clothing clinging to them. Skulls grinned up at me, empty eye sockets somehow accusing. The whispers exploded around me, no longer whispers but shouts, screams, a cacophony of voices all speaking at once. "We are here! We are here!" I stumbled backward, tripping over the sledgehammer. My head hit something hard as I fell, and pain exploded behind my eyes. The lantern rolled away, casting wild shadows across the room. And in those shadows, I saw them. People, so many people, their forms transparent but unmistakably human. They surrounded me, their faces gaunt and eyes hollow. Men, women, even children, all in clothes from different eras. They reached for me with hands that weren't quite solid, their touch like ice where it passed through my skin. "We are here," they chanted, their voices synchronizing into one terrible sound. "Now you'll stay with us." I tried to crawl away, but my limbs wouldn't respond properly. Blood trickled down my temple from where I'd hit my head. The figures pressed closer, their cold presence suffocating me. I felt the floor beneath me shift, the walls seeming to move inward. The bones from the hidden chamber began to slide toward me, as if pulled by an unseen force. "The house is hungry," a child's voice whispered directly into my ear. "It's always hungry." The walls were closing in. I could feel the weight of the house pressing down, the bones inching closer, the spirits circling like vultures. My vision began to darken at the edges. The last thing I remember clearly is the sensation of sinking, as if the floor beneath me had turned to quicksand. The bones pressed against my body. The spirit's cold touch penetrated deeper, reaching inside me. I felt something essential being pulled away, something vital being drained. I don't know how I got out. I woke up on the front lawn, covered in dust and blood, my car keys clutched in my hand. I drove without looking back, without collecting any of my things. I've been staying in motels ever since, too terrified to return to my apartment in case the house somehow followed me there. I called the sheriff from 3 towns over, telling him about the bones I'd found. He said they'd investigate, but I never heard back. When I finally worked up the courage to call the realtor, the number was disconnected. The property listing has vanished from all records, as if Maxwell House never existed. But I know it's still there, standing silent at the edge of the woods. And at night I still hear the whispers calling my name, beckoning me back. Sometimes I wake up with plaster dust on my hands, though I know that's impossible. The worst part? I think I left something behind in that house, something important. And sometimes when I catch my reflection in a mirror, I swear I can see through myself, just a little bit, as if part of me is already one of them, waiting in the walls.